Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you, and you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
Proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance-free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are. And I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
Without proper estate planning, family members pay the price. Oftentimes, the result is an expensive probate court battle to obtain guardianship and eventually the settling of an estate after a loved one's passing. From those with modest means to the very wealthy, this happens to families on a daily basis. Peck Ritchie is here to help. We can serve and guide your family both in and out of the courtroom so you can find peace at home.
Everyone, and welcome. I'd like to introduce Carrie Peck. Carrie Peck is the managing partner and elder law attorney at Peck Ritchie LLC and a gold sponsor. Since 2006, Mr. Peck has been selected by his peers in statewide surveys and Illinois attorneys as a super lawyer, an attorney to whom others' attorney would refer their families, and he was named a member of the Leading Lawyers Network. In 2021, Mr. Peck was appointed chair of the Illinois Supreme Court Commission on Elder Justice and retained by the City of Chicago Department of Aging to rewrite the State of Illinois Elder Abuse and Neglect Act. Mr. Peck is the co-author of Alzheimer's and the Law and Don't Let Dementia Steal Everything, both published by the American Bar Association. And finally, Carrie appears on WGN with John Williams, where they discuss older adult issues and elder law. Please help me in welcoming Carrie Peck.
Thank you, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen. You good on the sound? Thank you. All right, so welcome. I want to thank Elderwerks for inviting me and putting together this great expo once again. And this morning, we're going to talk about elder. We're going to, you know, and so that when you leave today, hopefully your questions will have answered, and you'll leave the room with some new information that will help you and your family. So we're going to start with a kind of a survey. How many people get along with all of their family members? Raise their hand, okay? How many people have had fights with their family over money? Okay, so a few people have likewise had some fights with their family. Well, I'm here to tell you today that, as you probably know, fights with families over money are a pretty common scenario. And today we're going to talk about some of those famous families that fight over money. We're going to talk about how that relates to everybody, whether you're famous or you're not. Solutions for all of that. And, you know, this is what I and my law firm and our lawyers, we do every day. Regrettably, we're embroiled in battles over families fighting over their money, the trust, and the battles that go on in conjunction with inheritance and death or disability during people's lifetime. If you have a question, let me know, and we're going to get started. As Chris said, I lead the law firm of Peck Ritchie. We have offices in, you know, Northbrook, Oakbrook, Lake Forest, Chicago, and we're able to meet with you either in those offices or, of course, on the phone or via Zoom. So, just mentioned the American Bar Association asked me a few years ago to write several books for them. One was this one, Don't Let Dementia Steal Everything, was written for non-lawyers. And everybody in the room probably has either heard of, maybe read a book or seen a movie that involves Scott Turow. Scott's a friend, and he was kind enough to write the foreword for my books. And I want to read it to you because, you know, it's really, really, I think, applicable to everybody. Alzheimer's disease is one of the scourges of our time, and one whose toll on the country will only deepen with the aging of the baby boomers and the inevitability of increased lifespan. Curing Alzheimer's would probably do more than any single step to reduce healthcare expenses and, far more important, improve the quality of the life of elderly here and around the world. Alzheimer's disease, as you know, and dementia comes in a variety of different forms. My law firm is the legal education partner for the Alzheimer's Association here in Illinois. So I lecture for them and teach people about the law on Alzheimer's disease on a pretty regular basis. So, you know, the reviews are in. While elder abuse is a trend, it's not our destiny, said Philip Marshall, the grandson of Brooke Astor. But look at these statistics. They're kind of stunning. If you read your newsletter that comes out monthly from AARP, you'll see that those statistics are increasing regrettably as well. 1 in 10 Americans over the age of 60 have experienced elder abuse. This correlates to 5 million seniors being abused on an annual basis. Seniors who have experienced abuse are at a significantly higher risk of death, 300%, in comparison to those treated with proper care. And this number down here at the bottom, I think, is old already, but seniors lose up to $36 billion each year to financial abuse. In my law firm, we see this type of financial abuse every single day. It often comes with loving family members, and it often comes by caregivers that are taking advantage of the people that they're brought in to take care of. So it's a problem. As you can see, those stats come from the National Council on Aging, and you know the recent stats indicate that every time we write a slide, numbers are already changing because it's a bigger problem than anybody dreamed. So, according to the census, the 2020 census, 160 and over, and 1920 was baby boomers are aging, and you know, population is growing older. We need more adults. In growing number single day of the week. So in Illinois, we have an organization called and the 2023 report, almost 21,000 reports of neglect, financial exploitation, and abuse were received by the Adult Protective Services Agency. Nearly 25% of the reports were for financial abuse. Most of the abusers were family members, and over 70% were children, spouses, or another relative of the victim. 61% of the victims were females, so disproportionately women are preyed upon in a higher number. All right, so stars, athletes, and entrepreneurs, famous celebrities, athletes, entrepreneurs. We've read about them and wonder how can it happen to them? Well, it happens to them and it happens to us on a regular basis. So, Jim Morrison and the Doors. Anybody ever hear of the Doors? Jim Morrison? Virtually everybody in the room raises their hand on that one. Morrison, at the age of 27, assume why, but nevertheless, he had a 2-page handwritten will, basically a simple will. His entire estate was left to his girlfriend, and if she had died, to his brothers and sisters. Jim's girlfriend died without a will, so Jim's estate and interest in the Doors, you know, famous rock and roll group that he founded, then transferred to the girlfriend's parents. Okay? Imagine that. I'm sure Jim Morrison, in a moment of sobriety, did not intend that the girlfriend's parents would own the rights to the Doors and the music and so forth. Jim's parents disputed the estate going to the girlfriend's parents, and her parents ultimately agreed to provide Jim Morrison's parents with half of the estate. What's the moral of this story? Do planning, okay? We never know when we're going. We never know when we're getting in a car accident. We never know when we're having a heart attack. We don't know. We need to plan. Plan for the future. Prince, okay, another obviously big rock and roll star. Prince, songwriter, Purple Rain, Little Red Corvette. He died in 2016 from yet an accidental drug overdose at the age of 57. Shock of all shocks, he had no will, okay? Scores of claims were filed by people claiming to be Prince's heirs, okay? Heirs, H-E-I-R-S, is a relative. Typically, heirs go down in the tree, meaning they're children, but often they go across siblings. Sometimes they go up if your parents are still alive. Sometimes they go down when cousins come out. So, the court determined that his estate was to be divided among 6 sibling heirs, and one heir died, opening his estate to parties not related to him as a result of the heir's will. So at the end of the day, you know, this is a scenario, again, that could have been avoided. Prince could have decided to write a will, but I suspect that when you're at the top of your game in a rock and roll scenario, estate planning never even enters your Philip Seymour Hoffman, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Academy Award actor. He died in 2014, $35 million, $35 million estate. I guess it pays to be a successful actor or a rock and roll guy. And Hoffman's will was executed in 2004 when he only had one child. His outdated will didn't provide for his two younger children, which means, okay, if he writes a will, leaves to one child, and the afterborn children, the children born after he writes that will, they're left out. They're totally in dire straits. They don't inherit. And they have to file a will contest, they have to file a court proceeding to inherit their father's assets. Solution? You know, he could have updated his will pretty easily with what's called a codicil, an amendment to a will, to add, say, you know, or his will could have been written to say, all of my children, you know, whenever born, things of that nature, that could have taken advantage of some of the loopholes that exist. Those two kids are in dire straits. They don't inherit from dad without a court battle. TV series ER, pretty famous show. Park. Creighton leaves behind a messy estate because he fails to update his estate planning to provide for his son. Born when he dies at the age of cancer. So clearly, the mother of the child was pregnant and he didn't do anything about it. You know, but of course, again, when you don't know in terms of what the future holds, this man's died. Maybe it didn't. Daughter from a previous marriage objected to that child receiving a share, even demanding a deed. No provision in this will for any of my heirs or relatives mentioned or be determined to be except as mentioned in this will. Well, because it's totally ridiculous that it's in a clause. Franklin, the Queen of Soul, is from pancreatic with an estimated estate $17 million. The estate was expected to be split between four sons and wills, and yes, you can write a handwritten will at your own risk here in Illinois. It's allowed. I've never seen a handwritten will effective or work in a courtroom scenario, in a probate scenario. But she had two handwritten wills found, guessed, under a couch cushion in her house. Okay, not with lawyers, not in a safety deposit box, under a couch cushion. Family feud over the handwritten wills to determine their validity. The control over the estate ends in July of 23. Again, she died in 2018. Okay, when a jury decides that the 4-page hand-scrawled document was really her will. So that's a pretty interesting one. We don't see a lot of handwritten wills, but again, those that we see are always non-compliant with the law. James Gandolfini. Everybody knows the guy from The Sopranos. I forget what character he played, but he was the lead character. And he dies of a heart attack at the age of 51. And man, he made a lot of money. Estimated $70 million. So The Sopranos were pretty good to him. And his will leaves about 80% of his estate exposed to taxes. They had to pay about $30 million. Okay? Now, There are legitimate methods of avoiding that kind of tax bite. You don't have to have $70 million to legitimately avoid federal estate taxes and state of Illinois inheritance taxes. But look at those numbers. Can you imagine? The kids are expecting to get 70 million and they're left with roughly 40. Nobody's got a crying towel for them, but 30 million in taxes is a lot of money. Tom Petty, singer-songwriter, lead singer of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. Yet again, another slide, accidental drug overdose. I think that the music industry and drugs probably go hand in hand. And Petty dies, and there's a dispute between his wife and the daughters from a previous marriage over trust language and the handling of Petty's artistic and intellectual property. Ultimately, the case is settled out of court for approximately $5 million. Sonny Bono. Everybody thinks, I think frankly, Sonny Bono is only famous because of his wife Cher. And, Sonny Bono dies way back in 1998 of a skiing accident, leaves an estate behind of approximately $2 million, no estate planning. His then wife Mary's appointed administrator. Cher, the famous member of the couple, files a lawsuit for approximately $1.6 million. He didn't pay her out of their divorce. A man files a lawsuit claiming to be, notice the language, Sonny's love child before dropping the case when asked to provide DNA. And there are a lot of disputes. Yet another kind of absurd scenario that could have been avoided with appropriate planning. Robin Williams, I think everybody knows about Robin Williams, mostly probably from Mork and Mindy. And of course the movie Mrs. Doubtfire. Regrettably, he commits suicide, and he had Lewy body dementia, very serious illness. 3 months prior to his demise, he was misdiagnosed with Parkinson's, and nevertheless he commits suicide. And yet another guy that did pretty well in Hollywood, over 100 million approximately. He's married 3 times. Has 3 children, all named heirs. His wife, doesn't say which one wife, disputes how much money she needs to remain in the house acquired before their marriage, and she acts against his wishes by challenging his plan in public. Good morning, ladies. Welcome. Britney Spears. Britney, I think, is stunningly current and famous. After a series of events showing a breakdown in Britney's mental health, and this has been all over the paper, her father became her conservator. Here in Illinois, we call it a guardian or a guardianship. Other states call it conservatorship. Britney never wanted her father to be her conservator. She preferred a professional company, request denied for years. Finally, in 2021, the judge noted that her father no longer served her interest. And note here, her father paid himself $6 million, over $6 million, for his work, more than $30 million in fees to dozens of firms for questionable work. Allegations against her father included installing surveillance equipment in her bedroom, mirroring her text and phone conversations. And the conservatorship was claimed to be to bully her for her father's gain. Finally, in November 2021, it was terminated. That got a lot of press, and I think everybody probably had heard of that one. So this is now moving from these kind of wild and crazy stories, which are often fun to look at. But let's take it down to what does it mean to everybody in this room. And, more than 50% of Americans think estate planning is at least somewhat important, but only 1/3, 1 in 3, have trust. When asked why they don't have one, basically 1 out of 3 says, we don't have enough assets to leave behind. It's kind of interesting. And one what's advanced directive. So talk about exploitation schemes, but here don't do planning because they don't have enough assets, they believe. In Illinois, if you have assets in excess of $100,000, okay, $100,000, assets in excess of $100,000, the law requires upon your death that we open a post-death probate proceeding. And a probate proceeding is a court proceeding in which the court will take control of the distribution of your assets. If you have children or if you have a spouse, in the normal case, those assets go to that spouse. But $100,000 by today's standards is not considered a lot of money. And again, if $100,000 is in your name alone, post-death probate. Now, there's a lot of ways to avoid that. You own the assets in joint tenancy. Assets in joint tenancy are two people. You know, I own my joint tenant hypothetically with Chris, and I die, she gets the assets, avoids probate. Excuse me. So probate avoidance is also an important part of planning if you're going to do planning at all. Advanced directives, by the way, 1 out of 5 don't know. In Illinois, we're going to talk more about this. We have 2 types of powers of attorney. That's an advanced directive. A power of attorney is a document in which you name someone to make decisions for you when you're not capable of making your own decisions. In Illinois, they come in 2 flavors, okay? A power of attorney for property, which is the management of assets, not just real estate, and a power of attorney for health care. Both critically important. Why? Because do you want to be put on life support when you can no longer make decisions regarding your health care? Do you have someone you can name to make those decisions for you that you trust and that loves you that will make those decisions? Do you have someone that can manage your assets when you're no longer capable of managing your assets? That's a power of attorney for property. Okay? Very important components of an estate plan that often includes a will, maybe a living trust, and a power of attorney for health care, and a power of attorney for property. So, common exploitation scams include fraudulent deeds, drafting and executing new estate planning documents when somebody perhaps is suffering from Alzheimer's disease or some form of dementia. They're unduly influenced. They're persuaded by someone to sign a new will, leaving everything to them, cutting out other people. Often we see one child persuades dad or mom to sign a new will, cutting out the other children. Very, very common scenario. The conversion or theft of money and property, and of course construction and home repair scams that are typically done by strangers that come in and assure you that they're going to take care of repairing the house or fixing the bathroom and charge 3 or 4 times what it cost. So, common scenarios: a breach of fiduciary duty relationship. What does that mean? That means that if someone is your agent under a power of attorney for property and they steal your money, or someone's an executor of your estate and they steal your money. Breach of fiduciary duty cases, relationship cases, most commonly involve, as almost all of these do, the theft of assets, real estate and money, stocks, things of that nature, cars, whatever is of some value. Undue influence is, as I mentioned earlier, typically when someone is cognitively impaired, someone else comes in, often a caregiver or often a quote-unquote loving family member, to persuade that individual while they are cognitively impaired to give them assets or to steal assets from them. And there's some sophisticated scams, and there's some that are not very sophisticated. Hi, Dad. My kids and I need a place to live. Will you sign this document? And it's a deed transferring the condo Dad lives in to the children or the daughter or one of the children. Caregiver exploitation, very common. As you know, caregivers are often in the home alone with an older adult. When a caregiver is brought in, it means that older adult needs a caregiver. And typically that caregiver is brought in because the older adult has some physical issues and often has some cognitive issues. Caregivers develop relationships, they're alone in the house, and they often, I've got multiple cases in court going now in which caregivers had older adults sign documents. Sign documents for money, give them access to bank accounts, sign deeds to the house, sign contracts for higher pay raises, things of that nature. So it's a big problem. And of course, almost all of these involve some form of mental incapacity. Someone's diagnosed with Parkinson's disease that ultimately is affecting their cognitive ability, early onset dementia. They're in later forms of dementia or Alzheimer's disease. And again, the common thread is some type of cognitive decline. Any questions at this point? Okay. So we often see what's really a bad scenario, spousal abuse in the elderly spouses unable to support each other in their advanced years, physical, psychological. They perhaps feel helpless, weak, may have lost some of their faculties and become ill more frequently. Resentment, finally able to enjoy retirement, and one spouse falls ill and dependent on the other. This typically occurs in a multiple marriage scenario, and it often has the kids from the first marriage fighting with often the wife of the second marriage. Dad may be elderly, may be ill, and may have died already. And multiple marriage scenarios often breed substantial disputes. So in other scenarios that incur potential exploitation, recently widowed or a widow, it doesn't really matter whether it's male or female. They're lonely, they live alone. They want attention from some much younger suitor. I was involved in a case recently in which an 85-year-old woman was financially abused online by an alleged lover online. She lost in excess of $100,000, believing that the person at the other end was a love interest. And we haven't yet proven it, but most of these cases involve somebody out in Africa who is doing this all day long online and coming up with crazy, crazy scenarios. But, people become lonely when their longtime companions, husbands, wives pass away. And whether it's online or in person, we see a lot of exploitation of older adults, particularly now in the romance arena. And it's very, very sad, but it's very serious for the losses that have occurred. Often people promise marriage. I was involved in a case in which 7 figures of money was sent overseas. Honey, I need plane fare. I need money to pay for my hospital bills. I need, money to come and see you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Crazy scenarios that people just fall for because they're lonely. And often it involves, just change the name on the bank account, add me to the bank account. I'll have easy access to pay my bills, to come and see you, and another method of exploitation. Somebody asks you to put their name on your bank account, just tell them no. Unequivocally, 110% no. The only exception might be if you have one child and that one child it wants to help you out. But if you have 3 children and one child comes to you and says, put my name on the bank account, it's only going to lead to an explosion between the other kids. Because again, joint tenant bank accounts, A and B on joint tenancy, A dies, B gets it. If you got more than one child, C and D, they're cut out. So again, I talked about it being problematic for children from the prior marriage. The multiple marriage scenarios where it's your kids, my kids, and our kids, explosion coming. You can guarantee it's going to happen. So remedies, lights, action, camera, Peck Ritchie's legal remedies, estate planning, probate avoidance, revocable trusts, powers of attorney, etc. Distribution of assets upon death is basically the idea for behind estate planning. Why do we do estate planning? We do it to distribute our assets the way we want to leave them. We do it to avoid taxes, and we do it to ensure some stability if we can. Advanced planning for the management of financial affairs in case of mental incapacity, power of attorney for property. Advanced planning for health care, power of attorney for health care. Avoidance of probate, use of a revocable living trust. We'll talk about all of this in more detail. Estate tax planning and asset protection planning. If you're planning some point, you may need government benefits to go on Medicaid. So even before the estate taxes, the goal here was for planning to protect your assets from creditors, to preserve family wealth for future generations, to provide for support and income flow to all the family, manage assets for those that can't do it, and succession business planning. So what's probate? Probate is, as I mentioned, a post-death court proceeding, typically 9 months to 2 years. All assets held in an individual's name in excess total of $100,000 go into probate. Typical costs, attorney's fees, executor's fees, court fees, potential will contests. Hey, that's not what Dad meant. He left me out of the will. I'm filing a will contest alleging Dad lacked the mental capacity to do his will, or he was undue influenced by my sister who persuaded him to leave everything to her. Example of probate, king of rock and roll. Okay? Elvis dies with assets approximately $10 million. When he died, that was a lot of money. His debts are almost $4 million. His expenses are almost $2 million. His estate taxes are in excess of $3 million. Look what he leaves to his heirs. Less than $1 million. Okay? Now, we all know Elvis was too busy to do estate planning. But clearly, here's the result. So, probate avoidance mechanism, again, joint tenancy. I'm saying it probably the 3rd or 4th time, A and B. A dies, B gets the asset outside of probate. We can use it for bank accounts. We can use it for real estate. We can use it for a lot of different assets. Passbook trusts, not so common. Life insurance. If I have a life insurance up on my life and I leave it to my wife, passes outside of probate. A good device. POD, payable on death accounts. I own an account at the nearby Citibank. It's in my name. I have a beneficiary, my wife, payable on death. Avoids probate. Lifetime gifts. You might want to make a gift during your lifetime to your loved ones, your children, your grandchildren, so you can enjoy them enjoy their gift. Okay? A lot of clients come to me, well, I got a lot of money, but I'm going to leave it to them. And honestly, I say to them, I think you should start thinking about giving them the money, okay, so that you can watch them enjoy that money. Well, I don't want to spoil them. Okay, give them less money. But let's make sure that, you're around to enjoy, and they can say, hey, Grandpa, hey, Dad, thanks for the money, instead of you're 6 feet under, and they're fighting over who gets it. Living trust, a living trust we'll talk about in a minute. So avoiding probate, joint tenancy, we talked about it, and joint tenancy may unintentionally disinherit other heirs. Okay, we talked about that. Again, the joint tenant A and B, and you have children C and D, and B gets the money, C and D are angry. They didn't get any of the money. Unless you create another joint account, and you can, for them. Oh, so a revocable living trust. A revocable living trust is a very common estate planning device to avoid probate. And what is it? A revocable living trust is an artificial entity, a document, in which we change the title to our house. We might change the title to our bank accounts. We change the title to our stock accounts. Almost all assets other than IRAs can go into this type. There are other things. But we change the title, we put it in a revocable living trust. My trust is called the Carrie Peck Revocable Living Trust, dated whenever we sign it. And by changing the title and putting assets into the revocable living trust, we avoid probate. Again, probate, $100,000 threshold, post-death court proceeding. You saw Elvis, you don't want to be Elvis. You might want to dance like Elvis, sing like Elvis, but you don't want to be Elvis in the probate scenario. The document is private. The document can be amended anytime as long as you have the mental capacity to do so. Okay? All of our estate planning requires mental capacity to do so. It avoids the need for guardians. A lifetime proceeding to determine, do you have the mental capacity to make your own decisions? How do we avoid those proceedings? We do planning. We do a power of attorney for property, for health care, to avoid a determination as to whether we can make our own decisions. While we're capable, we decide who we want to make our decisions. We don't go to court and fight over who should make the decisions. So the same document also allows for estate tax planning. Revocable living trusts have become very, very common. They are accompanied by what's called a pour-over will. Why? Because anything not in the trust, other than, again, IRAs and retirement accounts and a few other types of assets, pour over into the trust if the title hasn't been changed. But we don't want over $100,000 in assets to pour over because it requires then a probate proceeding to take those assets and pour them into the trust. Again, a revocable living trust is like a box, okay? And what we do is we put our assets into the box. We change the title to the assets as we put them into the box. Why do we do it? To avoid a post-death court proceeding called probate. Questions? Yes?
You mentioned that if you do a will in writing, it's usually not effective. What about if you do, I've heard of those wills that you can do online, and you include all the things that you're mentioning, making sure you clearly define who's getting what, how it's being distributed. Is that subject to probate as well?
Well, probate determination is primarily determined by asset value, okay? So if you own $100,000 in your name alone, even if you have a will, it will require probate, okay? So don't be confused. If you have a will, think you don't have to do a post-death probate. It's the title to your assets and their value.
But are you more subject to probate if you do it on your own, in terms of there being issues? Like why?
No, we're kind of we're mixing apples and oranges, okay? The most important issue in determining whether there's going to be a probate proceeding is how your assets are owned, how they're titled, okay? Carrie Peck alone. If I have hypothetically a bank, Citibank in $200,000 in my name alone. Whether I have a will or I don't, it's going to probate, okay? Which means I need to open a post-death proceeding and I need to file the documents to open an estate, determine who my heirs are, my closest relatives, appoint an executor or administrator, executors with a will, administrators without a will, and run the 6-month statute that creditors have, usually credit cards, mortgage companies, to file claims against my assets. So the analysis is, how are my assets titled and valued? Now, as to the question about doing your will online, it's a new thing. It sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. Okay? Wouldn't work because it doesn't comply with Illinois law. Okay? Illinois law requires that a will be witnessed by 2 people, okay, and in general it be notarized. Okay? You can do it. You absolutely can do it. Here's the issue. If you do your own will, you'll never know if it's going to work because you're gone. Okay? You're dead. I'm encouraging you to consider hiring a lawyer who knows what they're doing. Obviously, the prices range up from here to beyond, but I think I'm a lawyer and I do it for a living, so everybody goes, he wants to make the money. The reality here is I want to prevent your agony and your family's agony. And you're not going to know if it doesn't work. That's the reality. So there's a substantial protection element by having a lawyer who knows what they're doing do it. Yeah, so you're buying insurance. Yes?
You can avoid jumping through those hoops if you took your $200,000 account, put it in your trust, right?
That's correct. Perfect. You got it down cold. Everybody hear what this lady said? I can avoid probate if I take my $200,000 account that was in the name of myself, Carrie Peck, alone, and I change the title and I put it in the Carrie Peck Revocable Living Trust. I now avoid probate. I don't have the expense, I don't have the delay, I don't have the aggravation. Okay? Yes.
You mentioned if the account is solely you at the bank. What if the bank also allows for where it's solely you, but there is either a beneficiary or payable on death named in the bank account? Is that also avoiding probate or not avoiding probate?
Did everybody hear the question up front? Okay, so it's a good question. If the bank account's only in my name, we know it's going to probate. But if the bank account has a POD, payable on death, or a beneficiary, can you avoid probate? The answer is yes, you can. Okay? Now, you should know something else about joint tenancies, though. A lot of people lose their assets to a joint tenant because the joint tenant has 100% withdrawal rights. Now, a lot of people look at me and go, Carrie, well, you know, I put my kid on. And I go, okay, that works fine. Until your kid says, hey, you know, I just met this new woman or I just met this new guy and I want to impress him. And I want to get some money to either buy something, buy a car, go to a fancy dinner, take a big vacation. Joint tenants, don't forget, have complete 100% withdrawal rights of joint tenancy assets. So it's important. Choose your joint tenants wisely. I'm not telling you to put them on. I'm telling you to choose them wisely and what they're doing, okay? Because once the money's gone, usually it's an older adult who needs that money for their care, their health care, living situation, their nursing home, things of that nature. Yes, ma'am.
There's another reason to not do joint tenancy. This is my daughter, and we keep our assets totally separate because we were once told that, let's say she gets in an auto accident, they want to go after all her assets. If it's joint tenancy, they can take yours too, right?
Correct. And anybody here, everybody here? Okay. So the question was, this is a mother and daughter sitting up front. They keep their assets separately. And the rationale, the basis for it is, if her daughter gets in a car accident, the creditors, the other car accident, the other side, will try and get all of her assets. If she's on joint tenants with her mother's assets are considered her own. So it's also a method of creditor protection to keep it separate. Good point. Any other questions before we proceed? Okay. Yeah.
Having never done anything joint tenancy, are there any tax implications where you do taxes different each year? How are those assets owned if they're co-owned versus individual?
You know, it's you're going to get a 1099, but I think that they're going to probably be viewed as 50-50 in general.
There's a primary.
So the person that contributed the assets is going to get it.
The person that created the account. My father did that, and my name's on everything equal with his, but all the 1099s and everything were in his name.
Okay.
And he paid taxes under it.
So I think the person that creates the account is going to get the 1099.
Or whoever you tell them.
Sorry?
Whoever Social Security you give them when you create the account.
Yeah, when you open.
Yeah, when you open it.
Yeah.
Another question, we've had a problem with banks where my daughter, because I'm partially paralyzed, my daughter will go to the bank. She's my power of attorney, but they still want her to bring the signature card to me to sign it to bring it back, which to me defeats the purpose of I'm comatose, of her being the power of attorney. So is there a difference in the way?
The question, if you didn't hear, was daughter holds power of attorney and the bank wants mom to still sign all of the transactions. The answer is every bank's got their own rules. There's no uniformity. It's a very difficult landscape to maneuver out there, and I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't.
Well, the other thing, they won't let her, some of the banks won't let her put herself on as beneficiary, even though that's what I've asked to have done.
Yeah, well, some of the banks won't let her put on as beneficiary. That's, I think, a protection for you. But we're going to move on, and we can answer some of the more questions at the end. So a revocable living trust is important. You know that it provides the creator of the trust no creditor protection. So that's important. It does provide a mechanism to manage assets for the beneficiaries and can provide creditor protection for them, not for the creator. Important. And again, it's an integral part of an estate plan. So how many people are as old as I am and remember the Doublemint twins? Yeah. So the Doublemint twins up there, this is, again, another example of understanding the power of attorney, okay? Power of attorney, again, a document you execute while you're competent, naming an agent, someone you choose, someone that loves you more than they love your money, okay, as your agent to make decisions for you when you can't make your own decisions in regards to the management of assets, called property, again, not just real estate, assets, and it's basically what I call your legal clone. Important. You know, it's old case. Years, her family fought legally, and there certainly was a political battle over it. Whether or not she should be tube-fed, kept alive, things of that nature. It's critically important that you think about those issues. And it's critically important that you name someone that will implement your belief. Okay? In the power of attorney for health care, you must choose, is the length of my life more important or the quality of my life more important? Do I want to be on a nasal gastric tube, which goes in my nose and keeps me alive with feedings, like Terry Schiavo? Or do I want the quality of my life to remain more important? And again, you need to choose an agent that's going to implement your wishes. Power of attorney for property. We've talked about it, and we're talking again because it's critically important. It avoids guardianship. Guardianship is that lifetime probate case. Is Carrie competent to make his own decisions? Well, you know what? I'm not worried about it. I signed a powers of attorney, and I named my agent, my people to act on my behalf, my legal clone, when I'm not capable. So I don't have to have a court proceeding to determine when I'm not capable and who should make decisions for me. So this is, you'll recall I mentioned earlier, some of these assets cannot pass by probate, but they can be managed by a power of attorney for property, your IRAs, your benefits, things of that nature. So it's important. Power of attorney for property, powers, handle income tax, estate planning, tax planning, Medicaid planning, change title to property, and property. You can get HIPAA information, primarily under power of attorney for healthcare, to make medical decisions. But you have access to bank records, things that would be important in preparation of tax returns and the like. So no power of attorney for property, you're going to have a guardianship. You're going to have that lifetime probate. Are you capable of making decisions? Are you totally incapable of making personal, which is medical, and or financial decisions, management of your assets? And a court-appointed guardian is going to make decisions consistent with the Illinois Probate Act. Okay? Down at the Daly Center, there are half a dozen approximately judges that hear guardianship cases. Does Kerry have capacity to make his own decisions? There's about the same half a dozen different judges that hear post-death probate proceedings. Was there a will? Is there no will? Who are the loved ones or heirs of the decedent when they die? Who inherits the property? Was there undue influence? Did mom or dad have the mental capacity to sign a will? Were the assets in joint tenancy? Can the spouse renounce a will? Okay, spouse disinherited, renounces the will, gets money under the Illinois Probate Act. So a lot of different post-death probate scenarios. We talked about the power of attorney for health care. Basically, gives your agent complete control to make health care decisions, on the recommendations in general of your doctor. But again, is the quality of your life or the length of your life more important to you? You need to tell somebody now why you can talk about it. So don't delay. While we wish everybody good health and prosperity, none of us know what the future is. We don't know if I get back on the highway and head to my next engagement, whether I'm going to make it or I'm going to get broadsided by that semi-truck. So estate planning is crucial to planning family wealth, to planning decision making, and it's important to begin the process. Really, don't delay. We just don't know what's around the corner. So if you have a legal question involving, this type of litigation, trust and estate litigation, financial exploitation, hoarding, dementia issues, elder abuse, self-neglect, guardianship, powers of attorney, wills and trusts, probate estate administration, we can answer those questions today. You can give us a call. Our initial legal consultation is no cost, and I hope everybody's enjoyed our presentation, and if we can help you, please let me know. Yes, ma'am.
I just had a question about how does this play out when you've got property? How does it, who gets paid and who has, which state takes priority?
It's a problem because often residence determines primary estates, and then there's often ancillary probate proceedings in other states if there's real property, depending on how it's titled. It may cover the may cover the whole scenario, but every scenario is different.
Depends on the state.
Yeah.
Before we get another question, I just want to thank Terry Peck from Elderwerks for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about the $100,000, that's including like house and car and
Everything. Yeah. So it's not individual. Yes, ma'am.
What could I say to, I'm trying to get my relatives to work on either a will or a trust or something, but they like, I don't have anything, but they're not recognizing that they have a house. And it's a house in California, so it's.
Yeah, for real estate in California is expensive, and the answer is avoid later problems that are going to be more expensive than doing it now. That's that's all I can tell you. Because that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get them together.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Oh, thank you.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you, and you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
I am proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance-free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are, driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are, and I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
Without proper estate planning, family members pay the price. Oftentimes, the result is an expensive probate court battle to obtain guardianship and eventually the settling of an estate after a loved one's passing. From those with modest means to the very wealthy, this happens to families on a daily basis. Peck Ritchie is here to help. We can serve and guide your family both in and out of the courtroom so you can find peace at home.
See, here's some of those people that said they.
celebrating its 40th year, by the way, Carol's lifetime passion has been to educate and inspire adults of all ages to plan for their futures before crisis. And today, she'll show us ways to do this without breaking the bank. CLTC, certified in long-term care planning, Carol is also an active member of the MIT Planning for Longevity Network, both as a contributor and a collaborator on projects ranging from aging, longevity, and brain health to living better as we age. Please join me in welcoming Carol Grant.
Thank you, Chris. I want to just take a moment and brag a little bit about Elderwerks, because I don't think they brag nearly enough about themselves. But I take them with me everywhere I go. They are an amazing resource to my firm. I'm a resource of theirs. But every day I speak to people that come into my office, groups like this, and I tell them that when something happens, don't go to the yellow pages, call Elderwerks. If you have somebody that's had a stroke, something happens in your family, another illness, somebody's coming out of the hospital, they need to know where to go for rehab, where to who the vetted home care agencies are, long-term care services, things like that. Call Elderwerks first. I don't know if you know, but they have this amazing, huge directory that they publish every year. We are a contributor, so we end up with a stack of them, and I give them out at all my meetings. But there's just no other organization like it. And when you need help from a professional, call them first, because getting one referral from a neighbor, that's one thing. But how about an agency that has vetted hundreds of home care agencies, nursing homes, assisted living facilities? So I've been referring to them and calling them on them for a few years now. We're just very fortunate to have them in the community. But for first show of hands, who's here for the first time at the Expo? Okay, that gentleman in the back, he gets a prize because he raised his hand first, and people get prizes because they raise their hand and they're engaging. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? David. There you go, David. Thank you. Okay, so you're here at Elderwerks, you're here at the Expo for the first time. Who's done some long-term care planning? Who's done some planning already? Lady right here, she raised her hand. She gets a baby elephant. And who's done some planning, but it needs updating maybe? Maybe you took out a small plan. Lady in the back there took out a small plan years ago, and it maybe needs to have a review or some subsidy. Okay. What other question do I have? And then we have one more here. Has anyone done some long-term care planning and came to see what's new? This lady again here. Okay. Right there. Okay. All right. Let's begin. This is. All right. Who's done no planning? You raised your hand right there. Okay. I'm gonna give you something that needs an explanation, but this is your own elephant that you can hook up to your computer and track it. And so it's assigned to you, and it will. You can see the travels of this elephant. I think it's 45 days behind, so nobody goes and poaches them. But it is an amazing thing. You can see it on the computer. Show your grandkids. It's awesome, awesome. And who else? Who else is here? I'm going to turn around. Who else is here? It hasn't done any planning, and they came to. Okay, right here. I saw your hand there. You're welcome. Okay, let's begin. This is our office building, and this is our historic office building in downtown Palatine here. It's the site of hosting parade judges for 38 years. It's party central for Street Fest, Oktoberfest coming up, and we have a huge front porch on it. We live in a colonial, and we have a stoop at home, so we spend a lot of time on this porch. My friend here, Romy, he's been there, he's seen it. But it's a source of bringing people together like we're bringing people here today. So. Some of you have met my business partner, Jim Brandt. He's on the financial services side. He's out manning the booth because we are overrun with people in visiting what we're calling our information island. Is everybody, I don't have any more prizes for the hand raising, but please stay engaged. That's why I did that. Who has visited booth 101 and 103? Awesome. Is that why you came? Because you got talked to at the booth, or were you already planning on coming? Little bit of both? Okay. I wanted to start with, since the onset of the pandemic, we have had more and more people inquiring about long-term care as young as age 40. And it happened because they saw their parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles becoming disabled and being sick and not knowing how long they were going to need care. And many of these younger people had to work, and they can't care for people at home. And that's just the way it is when it's a non-pandemic, isn't it? Where we have a stroke, we're coming out of the hospital, something happens, and who are we going to call on? So I have been, I hate to say this, but I'm increasingly frustrated by people, my peers that are not, so from the financial side as well as the estate planning side, not addressing and incorporating long-term care planning in the overall plans of people. Because it's just like not planning for retirement or college. It's going to happen, right? We know we're aging, and we know something could happen. So planning is an important thing. So aging is something that we know is going to happen, and it leaves a huge gap there. So and we need to talk about this. So there is a group of people though that did not need much education who came to me, and they did it on their own, and they did it when they were in their 50s, and that is my physician clients and the people that support them, and the medical practice professionals. And what they did was they stepped up, and I guess they know something about life and health that we don't, and I don't think I have one. I have a lot of physician clients. I don't think I have one that has not done long-term care planning and has a plan in place, because they know the importance of it. And these are people on the higher income side, and I'll answer a question that you might have later, like why would wealthy people want to do that? It's because they do it for legacy planning, for preserving their wealth. They do it because, you don't know this perhaps, but the benefits are tax-free. Who wouldn't want to pay for care with tax-free money rather than taxable money if you could do that, if you could plan ahead of time and you can do that? So I hope you visited the island, but now I'm going to introduce Sophie. This is Sophie. This is the elephant not to be afraid of. Sophie is an ancient Greek term for one who is wise or for wisdom. So meet Sophie. She's nothing to be afraid of, but she does have some superpowers. She has a way of somehow being here and at the same time being at booth 101. So welcome, Sophie. So, all right. Go to our first slide here. The elephant in the room. There's a lot of reluctance to talk about it. I have people tell me it was just too scary of a topic to talk about. They just didn't want to deal with it. And so we're going to meet the elephant head on, and hopefully this will inspire you to take some action. When you leave, there's going to be something given to you for your pocket, purse, or wallet to keep you inspired. And you're also I'm not here to promote any particular company, so you're not going to see any company names. And I'm also not here to promote myself. I'm offering myself to you as a resource to ask questions, an optional 30-minute phone call to talk about your particular situation. If you'd like to do that and schedule that, we've got a schedule back there. This is a no obligation, no cost thing, but people have questions, and I have become very passionate about it. My husband and I each had, I guess you'd call it, somebody called it, near-death experiences in the last 12 months. He was hit by a truck and thrown up in the air, tossed in the air like a rag doll, and came down on his head. If you've been to my booth, he's 6'5", he's a big guy. Amazingly, he drove home the next day, 5 hours from Louisville, Kentucky, and within a couple of months, I was in a total loss car accident that was so bad that they were looking for the victim, and I was out taking pictures and had gotten out of the car. And so we both had angels on our shoulders, or however you want to call that, but stuff happens that could have disabled us. You don't have to have a stroke or an aneurysm in order to be disabled. Stuff happens every day. Just, I'll add to that, be careful in parking lots. Parking lots, people are crazy and just darting through and all that, and it seems like that's one of the most dangerous places. I wish people would stay in their lanes, but anyway, there's no need to fear the unknown. Stop by booths 101 and 103, sign up for a raffle if you haven't done that yet. Meet Jim. He was going to be in here with me today, not speaking, but he's out there helping Michelle Daniels, our manager of client services. But please meet Katya in the back there. She's our amazing resource person, IT guru, and our office coordinator that's helping us today. So don't be afraid. We're going to get through this. And sad to say, but John Beckley said, most people don't plan to fail, they simply fail to plan. Nobody plans to not fund their kids' education. Nobody plans not to retire successfully. Nobody plans to plow through all their money. We just fail to plan. And what I can say to you is when you get your little token when you leave and you put it in your pocket and you get home and you think about it, if you haven't scheduled a time to talk, let that be your inspiration to do something. to do something, even doing something small, taking that first step. And they say, okay, did you know there's an entire division at MIT that's dedicated to longevity and aging? I didn't know that until I became affiliated with them a few years. Was introduced to them by, I'll say this name because I'm not going to talk about them today, but Hartford has a partnership with them, and they were producing some of their talks. But they have an entire engineering division dedicated to longevity and aging, and I'm a member of their PLAN network, Planning for Longevity Network. So I collaborate, I contribute, I am involved in webinars and talks with them and gather lots of information from them. And from their research, they say that up to age 65, our concerns are all about money. Did I make enough money? Did I earn enough money through my lifetime? Did I save enough money? Do I have enough money to retire? But from 65 to 75, our concerns turn to our health. But 75 plus, our concerns turn to cognitive health. So what's that all about? Regardless of your age or your health, you're here, you signed up, you stepped up, you came into the room, and you came here to learn. So do something with that education. And I'll tell you personally, when my husband and I went to do our estate plan for the first time, we went to an educational seminar, something like this. It was a longer one, though. I think it was like 4 hours. When we get finished, we really liked the attorney, and we scheduled an appointment that day to go into his office to get our plan done with the information fresh on our minds. That we don't charge for our services, so we can't do this. But he gave a $500 discount for people that came in the next 2 weeks. And the reason was because the stuff was still fresh in their minds, and he didn't have to spend another 2 hours catching up and refreshing everybody. So all I'm saying is you're offered a complimentary consultation or talk to somebody else, but do something with the knowledge, and let Sophie and this day inspire you a little bit to go forward. Lifespan versus health span. It is said that our lifespan can be defined as how long we'll live, but what about our health span? Health span is the period of time spent in good health and free of chronic illness and able to get around. Our lifespan could end up 100, or more. But what if 50 of those years are spent in ill health? That's not what we want. So some say that health span is more important than lifespan, and that's really something to think about. I did have something to add to that, and I'll go on next. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. Sorry. So what are the odds? What are the odds? Let's talk about that. Last week, I hope I have time to say all this, but last week in San Diego, my husband and I had a wealth management, retirement income planning conference, and we met Sully Sullenberger. And I don't have another prize for you, but anybody know who Sully Sullenberger is? He's the pilot that put his U.S. Airway plane down. They call it ditching the plane in the Hudson. Both engines went out, and he had 155 passengers on there. Did you know he only had 2 minutes and 6 seconds to very quickly decide where and how he was going to put the plane down, and the fact that he couldn't make it to a runway, and then how was he going to convey to the crew and the passengers what to do. He had 2 minutes and 6 seconds before he was hitting the ground. That plane started to plummet like an elevator, and I had been in a hotel on the 20th floor, so as I got into the elevator after his talk, I thought about that plummet. But that meant that he had to land that plane just so that his wings were exactly level and his nose was just so of the plane, so that it didn't break apart upon impact. Because, did you ever fly in the military?
Yes.
It's like hitting concrete, isn't it? It's like hitting concrete. So the plan was for the plane not to break apart. We've got a bit more time than 2 minutes and 6 seconds to do your planning, but the point is, and you might want to know, just in case you're curious, I mentioned this because it was a really inspiring. Tom Hanks stars in a movie about this, and you can catch that. But if you're curious about the words he gave to the crew and the passengers, it was brace for impact. And I don't want to scare you with that now, but is that relative today? You decide. But I didn't know my husband was going to get tossed up in the air like a rag doll and call me from the curb that he's on his way to the hospital, that he's been hit by a truck. He didn't know he was going to get that call from me from, local Palatine side streets that I was hit by a speeding driver. Just life stuff happens. So relevant today or not, you decide. By the way, if you haven't seen it or heard of it, the 155 passengers did survive, and it was a really inspiring talk. So it was great to be there. So, speaking of odds, by the way, I researched this. There's not a lot out there, but the odds of him landing that plane safely for the articles that I read was 50-50. So, just saying. The odds of a home burning down, 3 in 100. The chance of the totaling a car at some point during our lives, and I'm one of those. It wasn't my fault though. 18 of 100. Someone turning 65 has almost a 70% chance of needing some type of care. We see that a lot. Those statistics are all over the place. But less than 7% of adults over 50 have done any planning for long-term care. So again, thanks for signing up, stepping up, and coming into the room today. That's a good thing. So, last week in San Diego conference, Jim Brandt and I, we had the opportunity to also meet Tony Hawk. Does anybody know? I don't have a prize for it. Does anybody know who Tony Hawk is? He was there in the flesh, and this is after Sullenberger, so it was a really great conference. But he is the famous skateboarder who's responsible for bringing skateboarding to the Olympics. He wasn't in the Olympics, but he brought it to the Olympics. He's been broken. I mean, from really broke, financially broke, to broken, and still on his feet, and he's still skateboarding at age 56. And I'm not suggesting that you take up skateboarding at 56, but there are some tweaks that we can make to our lives so that we can age better, live better, and of course that planning is important. So one of the things is singing. You heard some music when you came in. Why sing? We're going to talk about that. Why stretch? Why strengthen? These are little things that you can do. Okay. Why sing? Well, a quick hello is all it takes for people to kind of gauge how old we are. You've talked to people on the phone, maybe during COVID more than ever, talked to people on the phone, and you kind of knew if you talked to a young person, an elderly person, maybe you said, no, it was some millennial was trying to help me, or I got put on hold for 30 minutes and, some old guy or old gal. So anyway, that quick hello, people can judge us. If you care, men's voices tend to go higher, women's go lower. But singing impacts our immunity. Why do people sing in choir, in churches, and in groups? It feels good. It's good. So lung function, memory, mental health, coping skills. It helps with emotion and pain. Singing is exercise for our voice. That's why our voice can, yes?
I was going to tell you, I belonged to a chorus for a number of years, and because of the singing, I was there 11 years, and the women that were singing, that were there, their faces did not seem to age. So I think they were getting a lot of.
Isn't that something? Did you hear that? Faces age better with singing, because all the shapes that you make when you sing. That is I've never heard that. That is great to know. Thank you for sharing that. I see my palm tree sticking up in front of my thing there. So singing daily for the many benefits, whether it's in the shower, in the car, a couple minutes a day. I have a 5-minute ride from my home to my office, and the radio is blaring, so what the heck. So singing daily for the many benefits, and your hello can maybe sound like it always did. Stretching, wow, okay. Maintaining mobility is very, very, very important as we age, and you know that if you know anybody that has fallen and can't get up, it's a hard thing. But maintaining mobility can be really difficult if you're not mobile. Your muscles and joints weaken. We need strength for flexibility. It increases circulation. It's greater quality of life. It reduces lower back pain. If you've ever had a pain in your back and you bend over and do a nice stretch in the doorway or over your bed, it helps. You have sciatica, your doctor may have taught you about some stretches, but from arthritis to falling, improving posture, but it's easy to stretch from bed first thing in the morning, and I am living proof of that. Does anybody stretch in bed before they leave? A couple people? Yeah. I don't care if I'm late. I do it, and it's probably about 10 or 15 minutes, and I do every stretch I could possibly think of, which I won't demonstrate because my husband said I look funny when I do that in front of the group here, but I do every possible stretch I could think of. I count to 30, which is then 15 seconds for each thing, because you want to stretch long enough and deep enough so that it means something, not just to bend over and touch your toes and that's it. But I'll add to that, should you need a more structured kickstart, park districts and beginner yoga classes can be very economical and easy ways to get started. I do take a yoga class. I also work out at a place called the Exercise Coach, which is with a personal trainer, and it's a 20-minute complete cardio and strength training in 20 minutes. You do that twice a week, and it will be like going to the gym for hours. Check it out. It's called The Exercise Coach. There's franchises all over the place. And, or a package at what, and he's not here, so I'll tell you. After the accident with the husband in the air, he did have a sore shoulder. So he did drive home. He was fine. We were both fine. But he did take a course at the stretch lab or stretch zone. And he did that over a course of a couple months. And it stretched out some things that were still bothering him in his shoulder. He was having trouble like pushing up windows and pushing things with his left side. Funny, we both hit our heads. I had 3 major blows to the head. My airbags did not deploy. And the car was just totaled around me, and I didn't go unconscious, and I don't have any injuries, and we both just had a little sore shoulder. So that goes back to the stuff happens, but I'm saying those stretch labs they're a little more expensive, but yoga class, you sign up for multiple weeks, $100, or the Park District is very reasonable, or the YMCA. And then I'll tell you just a quick story. A neighbor, she wanted to lose weight, and she had a treadmill. She bought the treadmill, and every day, the first day she went down with a cup of tea and she sat next to the treadmill. Well, that sounds really goofy. Like, who would do that? Like, what's that going to do? Well, she did that every day for about a week, looked at the treadmill, and then on the 8th day, she got on the treadmill, and she began to do it every day, and she lost 50 pounds. And I thought it was goofy at the time I heard about it, but we have to start somewhere, right? That baby step for her was to sit down there and deal with it. She was addressing the elephant in her room. That was the elephant in her room. So, okay, on to the next slide here. So why strengthen? Strengthen, it enhances the quality of life, improves the ability to do everyday activities, can help protect our joints, can see what's up there. There are no excuses. While brushing your teeth, stand on one leg when you're going to the grocery store. It helps with balance when you're standing there and you've got a shopping cart in front of you. So there's so many opportunities to do these little tweaks. So also there's a sit or stand test that some medical professionals say can help determine your longevity. I don't want to get into that. That seems like a whole nother seminar. But for people age 51 to 80, look up the sit to stand test and kind of see where you are. So just see what it's all about. But I thought that was an interesting piece of info. But living well. This is important stuff too. This is little stuff. Keep the bad guys out while you're away from home with a home security system. My father-in-law said to me once, I can't tell you, my mother-in-law had passed away. He goes, he was a big guy. I can't tell you how comforting it is to come home and know that nobody's in my house. Oh my God, I never thought of it like that. We had a security system within the next year. Adding simple improvements such as grab bars for safety in the shower. That's a place where people fall. It's where it's slippery, and if you're alone, it's not good. And then if I were 30 years old and I live alone, I tell you truly, I would have this. I would have some sort of life alert system that if this 30-year-old body back then would have been alone and fallen, I think I would do that. I would have something. You can have it on your smartwatch or some sort of alert system on a monthly basis. Okay, we're going to take a look at long-term care here.
Understanding long-term care. You are about to learn the 3 most important things to understand about long-term care. First, what is long-term care? Second, where do you receive long-term care? Third, the hidden significance of long-term care on the people you love, the people you've invited into your life. What is long-term care? Long-term care is care that is needed over an extended period and comes in 3 types. One type of long-term care is personal care, sometimes called custodial care. It's when you may need help with various tasks we do each day, but take for granted when we were healthy, such as eating, getting dressed, or walking. The second type of long-term care is skilled care, for which you need a skilled specialist or nurse. The third type of long-term care is supervisory care, if you get Alzheimer's or other kinds of dementia. Where do you receive long-term care? Long-term care often evokes images of a nursing home, and while that is a subset of care, most people prefer to stay at home or receive care in an assisted living facility where they can be with other people. The hidden significance of long-term care on the people you love. It's of critical importance to understand what long-term care does not just to you, but to loved ones, both emotionally and financially. Long-term care causes you to be unable to fully care for yourself, and it impacts those you love by requiring their full attention. Will it be from your husband or wife? One of your adult daughters or sons? What impact will that have on them? You may say, I would never ask those I love to care for me. None of us want that. But if we fail to adequately plan, what choice are we leaving them? Of course, they will want to help as best as they can. Proper planning can help you afford and access the care you need so that your family can stay focused on caring about you and not for you. That planning often includes the right insurance to directly help you and also help the people you've invited into your life. Now that you know the 3 most important things about long-term care, it's time to have an insurance specialist help you be better prepared for long-term care.
I like hearing things twice and in different ways when I'm learning something new. So breaking this down a little bit further, Elderwerks brought this to my attention, that some people they confuse long-term care with health care, which is provided by skilled medical personnel. Some other people think that it refers to, when you're talking about long-term care, they think you're talking about medical insurance. I had that happen at the booth today. And I also had somebody tell me they thought their ship had sailed because they were 65. How could they possibly get long-term care? I'm like, I can help people up to 89. So don't think you're too old. Others assume it means being in a nursing home, but actually long-term care is not a policy, it's not medical care, and it's not a place. It is the personal care or supervision that's needed by us at any age. Could have happened to my husband and I, any age, for extended period of time. This type of care is generally associated with aging, but as we know, stuff can happen at any time, at any age, whether it's an accident or a chronic illness. So we'll go to the next slide here. Now, risk management and long-term care. I had somebody say, I'm all set, I have health insurance. Like, well, wait, we buy health insurance to cover our wellness and to take care of us when we're sick. We buy auto insurance to protect transportation. We have life and disability insurance to protect our family and our wealth. And we have homeowners insurance. We wouldn't think of going on a vacation or anything without having homeowners insurance in place. But what have we done to ensure our retirement? And that's a long-term care plan. That's what keeps our retirement plans in place, is by having, because when you're talking $10,000 or $15,000 a month for home care or facility care, if something really bad happens, few retirement plans can withstand that type of drain. So why not protect the retirement lifestyle that we've worked for? And some of the wealthiest people do long-term care planning because there are tax advantages. They want to preserve their wealth. There's many different reasons, but gosh, it has to be 25 years ago. A woman with $8 million of net worth said to me, you mean if I pay that premium on a monthly basis and I need care, that'll take care of me for the rest of my life because it was a lifetime plan, and that will not dilute what I'm leaving to my heirs? I said, yes, but you really have enough funds to cover this yourself and self-insure. She says, nonsense. She says, that's for me. So that was a first for me. So did you know that this is something new, not new to me, but did you know, effective August 16th, 2007, Illinois became a partnership state. And that means that they expanded the Medicare program that allows for a qualified long-term care plan purchased after that effective date to provide guaranteed Medicaid asset assistance. So in a nutshell, if you buy a partnership qualifying long-term care plan in Illinois and you use up the benefits of your policy, you're now eligible to protect whatever assets were in that policy from Medicaid spend down. So that means, let's say you had $200,000 in your long-term care plan and you've spent it, you're able to, because maybe you have some savings in your IRA, you won't have to you don't have to spend down that IRA, and which you need to do. This is not a Medicaid planning discussion, but in Illinois you have to spend down to $2,000 in order to qualify for Medicaid. You have to have done planning 5 years ahead of time or work with a Medicaid compliant annuity and sign that somewhere else and only eligible for the income stream, and it's a big mess. So even having a small plan, Illinois is a partnership state, why not take advantage of that? So Medicaid disregards the amount that you had in there. So let's say you had that $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000 in your long-term care plan that you used. They will disregard the fact that you had that. They won't count that against you and let you keep that much in assets in your 401k, IRA, or whatever. So that's a big thing. So this partnership is between you, the consumer, the Illinois Medicaid program, and a private insurance company that
sets up the long-term care plan for you. All long-term care plans, because there's different types, they're not all Illinois Partnership qualified, but there are some that are, including traditional long-term care plans. Yes, ma'am.
I've gone to several different, presentations of this nature, and that is 2007. How come we've never heard of it?
I cannot speak for my peers. I just know that I'm certified in long-term care planning, and this is part of my conversation that I have with people.
Something on a blurb on Facebook or something, just within the past week, to that, about partnerships, and just things that pop up that you take a rabbit hole. And I saw it within the past week, and now you're mentioning it, and it's like, what is this, how come this never...
The karma's coming to you to address the elephant. Yeah. Well, dealing with people that are specialists. When it comes to, if it's medicine, you're not going to go to a podiatrist to talk about a cardiac issue. So seeing a specialist that works with long-term care plan. I eat, drink, and sleep this. I'm passionate about this. I am in a webinar or in educational something or other every week. Every week there's something where I'm picking up new information. But this has been out there for a while. So I'm so, yes.
What if you had your policy prior to 2007?
That's a good question, and some of them have been grandfathered. So I'd have to, I could research that with you for you. So we can do that. Yes. Sure. No questions dumb.
Long-term care insurances can only be purchased after you retire or once you're going to retire?
Oh, no. People as young as 40 have been coming in during COVID. What's the average? Gosh, it'd be great if everybody could come and see me when they're 50. That would be great, because prices would be great. You wouldn't be paying too long. Your prices would be lower. But the majority of people I see is when they come in for their Medicare supplement planning. I don't deal with Advantage plans. I deal with traditional Medicare supplement plans. We're independent and we represent everybody. But they come in for the When I'm 64 education. So we sit down and do a really nice job of educating people on applying for Medicare, getting enrolled in Medicare, and then showing all the Medicare supplement plans of a traditional nature. And that's when sometimes people's costs are going down for their medical insurance, because Medicare supplements are less expensive than traditional medical insurance, and they find some extra funds, and it's a good time to talk about it. So I'd say the majority of people in my world, we're talking about it at 64, but I have a lot of people in their mid-70s. And it doesn't matter. You're inspired now to talk about it. So, but the lady that was out in the hallway that said, I thought my ship had sailed at 65. I'm like, no, you're good. You're all good. So, yeah. Yes, let's go here. Okay. I know you can't see this very well, but it's in your we have takeaway folders, and you're going to have this slide in your folder. But this is just an educational piece that I have in my When I'm 64 talk, when people come in to sit down and do their Medicare supplement planning. And it talks about Medicare paying that first 100 days if you've had a stroke and come out after a knee surgery or had a hip replacement. And that's called skilled care. But beyond that 100 days of needing skilled care, and I don't mean I need somebody to help me make a sandwich or get to the restroom. That's custodial care. That's not skilled care. If you don't need skilled care, we're pretty much on our own. And you can see under assisted living, continuing care, adult daycare, not covered, limited. Private Medicare supplement, private Medicap. Again, the 21 through 100 days, we've got our supplement, but under all other categories, does not pay, not covered. Does not to scare you, it's just saying this is reality. I'd say 50% of the people that come in for the When I'm 64 talk, they think that Medicare covers long-term care. And so they're shockt. So Medicaid, limited benefits, again, that's been down to $2,000 in order to get only home care, only nursing home care. And it leaves us, the rest of us, to pay on our own. So yes, people are shocked. So personal medical insurance, group medical coverage, Medicare and Medicare supplements never pay for long-term care. If you're hearing this for the first time, I'm sorry if it's a shock, but glad you're here. You signed up, stepped up, and you're here to learn about this. That's good. Medicare Advantage plans also don't pay. I had somebody come up to me and said, no, I don't want a Medicare Advantage. I said, I'm not certified for Medicare Advantage plans. I choose not to work with Medicare Advantage plans. My clients choose their own doctor. They like the freedom of choice. We've also got
traditional plan. This is new in Illinois that covers lifeline screenings, wellness, all the labs that you'd like to have to look at your vitamin levels that aren't covered by Medicare or supplement. This plan pays for that, as well as thermography, body scanning that can detect, they say it can detect cancer sometimes years before things show up in a mammogram or other forms. But anyway, that's a traditional plan. Medicare Advantage plan doesn't pay that. Medical insurance may pay for some short-term care. We saw that on the prior slide, up to 100 days, and you'll have that in your takeaway folders and some other things, but only if you need skilled care like rehab, wound care. You need a nurse, you need another medical professional, but helping me get to the restroom, helping me make my sandwich, helping me shower, that's not skilled, the need for skilled care. Medicare never covers long-term care. So looking at this, from the beginning, it's common through all types of plans that, and this has been since 1995, that we have triggers that make us eligible for long-term care coverage. And generally, when we need care, we hope to have care at home, but sometimes we have larger problems that result in us needing skilled care. So these benefit triggers, how to qualify for coverage, that's what the triggers are, benefit triggers, like how do I tap my policy? How do I use these benefits? In 1995, it was standardized. And it was standardized to the requiring assistance due to 2 of 6, needing help in 2 of 6 activities of daily living or cognitive help. So becoming eligible for benefits, we're eligible for benefits if we're chronically ill, something happens, and a licensed healthcare practitioner prescribes us a plan of long-term care. And to qualify, we must need assistance, not just a little help, but assistance in at least 2 of 6 of these ADLs. That stands for activities of daily living. And if you take a look at these, transferring, toileting, continence, bathing, dressing, eating, before you leave the master bedroom each day, we pretty much go through needing to do these activities. We need to transfer from bed to the floor. Hopefully we can get to the restroom and we've been continent for the night. We can take a shower, we get dressed, and only then do we go into the kitchen or downstairs to eat. So most of the activities of daily living, if we can't get out of the master bedroom, that's a problem. I'm kind of an advocate of a ranch. I don't have a ranch yet, but I've seen people struggle that have had disabled spouses with multi-levels. So becoming eligible for benefits, needing help in 2 of 6 activities of daily living for at least 90 days. After the waiting period, in general, once we become eligible for benefits, the policy elimination period begins, and that's that 90 days. And so once we've satisfied the 90 days, we're paying for care during that time unless you have a plan that doles out some cash, and we do have recovery care plans that sometimes people dovetail with them. But once that elimination period has been satisfied, we're now qualified to receive benefits for covered services as long as our policy lasts, or lifetime if you have a lifetime policy. So as long as we remain eligible, with most plans, you don't pay the premium anymore. Premium is waived during that period of time. So moving on here, we're going to take a look at traditional long-term care insurance. These are some real cases of real clients. Names have been changed. No companies mentioned, but quickly, because we'll talk about your own thing when we're together if we have that opportunity. But this was Larry, age 65. He began a long-term care plan with a 3% compound inflation rider. This was a traditional long-term care plan. It gave him a $6,000 monthly benefit for 5 years. They say the average time people are in a nursing home, for example, is 3 years. Home care could be a lot longer, but this gave him a 5-year plan. It was Illinois Partnership qualified, you see there, because this was a traditional long-term plan, and it was only $318 a month. That's not too awful. So he had a long-term care policy that gave him an initial pool of money of $360,000. Started out, but there's an inflation rider on there. So if something had happened to him day one, he would have had $6,000 monthly benefit available. But as that 3% inflation rider didn't increase his premium, but it increases the benefit over time. In 15 years, there's $560,000 there, $9,300. Year 20, there's $650,000. What did he start with? $360,000. That's the power of that inflation rider. And it is required that you have an inflation rider on your plan for it to be Illinois Partnership qualified. Otherwise, it's just the starting pool of money and it wouldn't grow. By 30 years. Yes, he's 95, but how many people do you know in their 90s? Lots, we know people. $874,000 at $14,600 a month is in that plan, and his premium is $318. By the way, that's guaranteed. That's a guaranteed benefit to start out with. That is a guaranteed premium, and that is guaranteed that all that's going to happen down there. Okay, this is another traditional long-term care plan that was bought by Hank, who waited till he was 75. He took a plan. This is all custom. Brought the premium down by taking a 20-year 3% compound rider. So his plan is going to increase for 20 years at 3%, but then it's going to hold that number. He was able to afford a $3,000 benefit for 4 years. Is that going to pay for everything? No, but it's going to pay for something, and it is partnership qualified. There's a 5% discount in there, living with a partner, Illinois partnership qualified. His premium was $373 a month. That is not unaffordable for some people. They could take it out of savings, take it out of cash flow on a monthly basis. He started with a $144,000 pool of benefits for $3,000 a month. And you can see there in year 20, he's built it up to $264,000 at $5,400 a month. And that could pay for some decent home care. You know, who knows what he needs, what he's going to need, but he did something. He did something. A traditional long-term care plan might look like this for a married or unmarried couple. You don't have to be married to have a discount and share unmarried partners. This is Philip and Jeremy, age 52 and 56. Great time to plan. For $256 a month for Philip and $276 for Jeremy. They started out with each a $360,000 pool of benefits and $6,000 a month. They also have a rider that's called shared care, and that means if one used up his benefits, and the other person had some in their pool of money that they could tap into the partner. There's an inflation rider increasing the benefit for each of them. So there's that 3% inflation rider. There's also a 15% partner discount, and you didn't even have to be married. You just live with that person. In year 15, they've got $560,000, $650,000 in year 20, $874,000 in year 30. Those premiums are not guaranteed, but repricing has been established, and it is estimated by the Society of Actuaries that if premiums have to be increased, which they don't think so because all the new products are priced well, that it shouldn't be more than 10%. So that could be a lifetime premium there. And earlier is better, right? Right? So then there's life insurance with riders. So that was a traditional long-term care. You saw 3 examples of traditional long-term care. Now we're going to take a look at a life insurance plan with riders. You might not have ever heard of this, but life insurance can have living benefits. So living benefit that can provide a pool of funds based upon the death benefit if we become chronically ill. So we don't have to die in order to collect. For $342 a month, Michelle, age 50, bought a life insurance policy with a $300,000 immediate tax-free benefit. She dies, $300,000 would go to her beneficiaries. That's the way life insurance works, right? You're probably familiar with that. But if she needs it, if she develops a chronic illness and she needs help in that 2 of 6 activities of daily living, there's a 4% chronic illness rider on there that lets her take out a benefit of up to $12,000 a month, day 1. How cool is that? $342 a month. That grows over time. That gets into a securities discussion, but this is a Swiss Army knife, this thing. I can't tell you the company because I'm not here to promote companies or myself. I'm just telling you that this thing grows, and there's like $800,000 in there when she's in her 60s. There's also a 0-day waiting period. Companies have that 90-day criteria, but that's where the government said this is what it needs to look like, but some plans have also enhanced them, so there's a 0-day waiting period under certain circumstances. This is an existing life insurance exchange. So this is a doctor client. Dr. Shane came to me for his When I'm 64 talk. He had a very large life insurance policy, cash value of $289,000 in an old policy with a famous company that will remain nameless. He didn't have any living benefits available to him. He had to die for anybody to get anything. So what we did was, he did what's called a 1035 exchange. In real estate, it's called a 1031, where you can buy one property and exchange it tax-free for another. But he did a 1035 exchange. His new plan had the same benefits, $675,000 of life insurance, but now he has a living benefit that gives him the long-term care benefit. I wiped out his $6,000 premium. He doesn't have to pay premiums anymore. How could we do that? Crazy. He bought that when he was in his 30s, and now he is in his mid-60s. He had built up so much cash, and that other policy was so more expensive, the cost per thousand of insurance, and life actuarial tables have been redone, and so people are living longer and rates have come down, that he was able to buy the same $675,000 plan and have it paid off. And by the way, this is guaranteed. I don't do anything, it's not guaranteed. This is guaranteed to 120, and it has growth potential in it. So he's going to end up with projected millions of dollars in his plan for death benefit as well as for use. We put a 2% rider on there that provides him the accelerated death benefit, starts out with an initial $12,300 per month if he becomes chronically ill. What do I have here? 15. Okay, so then we've got long-term care using an annuity-funded plan. This is for qualified money now. Qualified money refers to money that's in IRAs, 401ks, inherited IRA, 403bs, etc. Let's take a look at that. Annuity-funded life plan with a long-term care rider for a single female. This is Mary that came to me. She had the advantage of having a employer offer her an employer-sponsored long-term care plan years ago, and she was able to, it was portable, and she was able to take it with her. And she has a $5,000 a month plan. This is crazy. It's $125 a month. The premium stayed the same. So those old group plans, somehow they were able to maintain their integrity. So she wanted to subsidize what she had. She wanted more benefit. She's alone. So Mary, age 70, she took a partial rollover from her IRA of $88,241. And why that number is odd is because we were trying to create $3,000 a month. So it's kind of like going to the grocery store. I want this in my basket. Well, this is what it's going to cost. So she wanted $3,000 a month in her basket, and what it cost her was $88,241. So she moved that without paying taxes into an annuity, and that annuity gave her a boost of 25% to cover the taxes because it was coming from qualified funds. So it was 88 plus the 22, that's the 25%. So that then, you're not seeing all the math there because the slide isn't big enough, but that spun off the $11,030 that was needed to fund a life insurance policy that's going to be paid off in 10 years, guaranteed, all guaranteed. There's a $74,000 death benefit if she dies, slightly less than what she put in, but it's going to give her a lifetime benefit of $3,000 a month for the rest of her life to add to the $5,000 that she already has. Is that enough if she needs $15,000 a month? No, but it's a big chunk. It's a piece of it. Rome's not built in a day. You don't have to always solve the whole problem. I like to solve the whole problem, but we can't always. We can go with affordability, and that was what she was able to do. But that's for the rest of her life. It's guaranteed that $88,000. Look how far it's going. My goodness. Okay, another annuity-funded plan for a married couple. This couple, Rick and Teresa, $150,000 partial IRA rollover. This is unique in that it can take money from either spouse and use it for two people. There's only one company that does that. That gave them a $180,000 base. At that time they bought it, it was the 20% bonus. As interest rates rose, that bonus went to 25%. And the bonus is to cover the taxes. So I don't want to get too deep here, but it doesn't actually give you a check to pay your taxes, but it makes your pot of money bigger that's going to be going to work for you, so you get it back. So the $180,000 spun off $18,000 premium for 10 years that covered the two of them with a $176,000 death benefit and a lifetime benefit of long-term care with an oddball number of $5,288 a month for Rick and Teresa for the rest of their lives. Why is that an odd number? It's because we put an even number in there. They told me what they had, and I took the results of what it would give them. So can you have 3? Can you put in 120? Anything's possible. Yes?
Was there an inflation rider on that to increase that every year?
Yes. There was inflation rider on there. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Now we move on to life insurance asset-based hybrid. You're hearing different terms here because there's different types of plans. You have to deal with people that know all about these plans, about all the different types of plans. Asset-based, hybrid life and long-term care plan might look something like this. This is Wayne, age 64. He had a CD. This is another source of funds. He had a CD maturing, $151,955. That current asset, if you put it aside at 3%, at age 85 would grow to $285,000, and he'd have to pay tax on the growth. But he did this instead. He put it into a hybrid long-term care plan that gave him an immediate, this is kind of crazy because he was 64, but immediate benefit of $853,000. He repositioned $151,000 from there to there, and it gave him an immediate benefit that he could tap. Can he walk away with $853,000 if he dies? No. Can he walk away with a check for $853,000? No. But he can have the harvest of $8,000 tax-free monthly benefit that will grow to $1.588067 by his age 85. Guaranteed? I don't do anything that's not guaranteed because I don't want to hurt anybody, and I don't want anybody to be having to pull out their checkbook for more premiums or make changes later when they can't afford it. That 1.588 would spin off $14,882 to him at that time, and there's no tax on the growth of this. And the death benefit, he put that 151 in there. There is a $192,000 death benefit. These hybrid plans have the smaller death benefit and it's leverage. They call that leverage. Leverage, we put in 151 and we get 853. That's leverage. That's like 7 times leverage. 7 times. That was Wayne, 64, real guy. Did I hear a question? Yes, ma'am.
If the value of a hybrid LTC policy is $853,000 today, and at 35 is $1,588,000 plus, why down at the bottom it says if no LTC benefit is used, the death benefit of $192,000 is available? That seems like
That's the death benefit. Because he put in $151,000, smaller death benefit. It's a leverage plan. If he doesn't use it, he doesn't use the long-term care, but he dies. His family gets back they get the $192,000 with the beneficiary designation.
And what they actually put in was 151.
Yeah.
Okay. And if they do use the long-term care, is there still a death benefit?
The first $192,000 is going to come from the death benefit. And it ends up with a $10,000 leftover burial thing at the end. So the first part of the money that's used is the 192. So, but what did he spend? He put $151,000 in there that would have only grown to, 285, call it 385 maybe, put some more interest in there. But what a way to leverage money that was a lazy money CD. How many of us have, money that's set aside, for rainy day? This makes it so much less of a rainy day. Short-term recovery care. This is something new, not new product, not new to me, but something that I've new added to my presentation. Short-term recovery care. This can be helpful for people that have been declined, people that get pre-screened. First of all, nobody gets declined on my watch because I pre-screen things behind the scenes before I ever put anybody through that process. I don't want to deliver bad news for people. I'll tell you if you've got a green light ahead of time. But for people that have been declined or for people that have pre-screened and said, you're not going to make it through those other plans, this has what's called like a gatekeeper list of questions. So short-term recovery care is issued from 50 to 89. Yes, okay, gotcha. All right, so it's called a recovery care plan. It's got nursing home, assisted living coverage. The waiting period is none. So this is how I designed it for Deb, age 64. She couldn't get the other coverage. She's got some health issues, but she was able to qualify for this. So she's going to get $12,000 a month for 51 weeks. And that piece of it was $167. What am I going to do with 51 weeks? Well, you could recover from a stroke. You could be going through a rigorous bout with chemotherapy, car accident, a whole lot of things. So there are people that are layering this on top of their existing plans because that 90-day waiting period from the other plans, that's a lot of money. If you're in a nursing home, $15,000 times, 3 months, it's a lot. So what if you could get a recovery care plan? $12,000 a month for 51 weeks. That piece was $167. You could have that by yourself. You could just buy that piece. Or added the home care rider with no waiting period. I'm talking day one coverage. a $1,200 a week benefit for 52 weeks. Why does it say 51 weeks? I don't know, that's how they built it. I questioned it too. So 52 weeks for the home care rider. No receipts required, go anywhere, use any caregiver you want. $67 a month for that piece. You could buy that by itself. $234 is the total. Like, who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't do that if you couldn't get something else? I think that's a really nice thing to have. So how can we fund, what are the ways we fund this? That's what people ask all the time. How am I going to pay for this? Investments, CDs, you can exchange an annuity, you can exchange a life insurance plan. Old life insurance plans are the biggest source of funding for these things. It's kind of money that's sitting there that you weren't using and it's in your life insurance plan. So that's a big source. Under age 59 and a half, $2,500, this is coming up in 2025, up to $2,500 can come out without the 59 and a half 10% penalty from a traditional retirement plan. So that's a source of funding if you're under 59 and a half and thinking about this. As I said, exchange an existing policy, rainy day fund, a CD, whatever. You saw that you can go that annuity funded plan where you can get money out of an IRA or 401k and get the bonus back to cover the taxes. Or there's people that aren't even using their RMDs. They're still healthy enough to get a plan, and you can have blood pressure issues, you can have cholesterol issues, you can be overweight. You can have diabetes. I can insure just about anybody if things are under control. It's the complications, or if somebody's already walking with a walker, that presents some challenges. So, a little industry update here. Long-term care planning has increased dramatically since the onset of the pandemic. People are more aware of how easily it is to become disabled. I mentioned adults as young as 40 were asking about, we were open considered an essential business during the pandemic, and we were helping people as young as 40 try to get some planning for their parents in place. New long-term care insurance premiums should be more stable than in the past. They've been repriced. 41 states now have strict pricing and rate adjustment regulation in place for new policies, so we're hoping not to see the disasters of the past. The Society of Actuaries, I mentioned that, estimates that long-term care insurance priced and issued since 2014 has only a 10% probability of needing an increase. And if an increase were needed, they estimate that it might only be average 10%. So that's good. Frequently asked questions. I want your questions. Katya, we have time. There's lunch after this, so we have time if you guys have time. Because there's no talk in here till 1 o'clock. So I'll still go quickly, though, for respect of your time. You have, yes, okay.
So on behalf of Elderwerks, I want to thank you all for joining us today. And stay as long as you want. They do have lunch tickets, though,
Yes.
Carol. So
thank you.
And lunch is.
We're at the end here. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So don't leave unless you want to. Frequently asked questions, and then I want your questions. I get asked a lot. I have a long-term care plan issued long ago that only covers nursing home coverage. Can I purchase a supplement to cover it? Yes, absolutely. We can talk about that. There's also takeaway folders in the back and your little symbol when you go, and you're also being offered a complimentary half-hour visit with me by phone to talk about your personal situation, and I can kind of give you some guidance. Happy to do that. So yes, you can buy something else to supplement what you have. If you have a history of cancer, diabetes, a heart condition, or other illness, can you still qualify? Yes, you can. It depends on the recovery time and the stability, and again, if you're not already disabled. But don't be shy if you had cancer 10 years ago, or blood pressure, cholesterol, things like that, thyroid. I've been able to get some amazing reversals on people that have been declined because they've dealt with people that didn't know fully what they were doing. They put applications through on people that should not have been put through, and I've actually gotten reversals because I have reapplied with them with more complete data and creative cover letters that address the situation of the client, and have been able to turn a number of reversals around, but not always, I don't know. Another question is, my health history is pretty good, but I do take medication for blood pressure and cholesterol. Would I have a problem? No, you wouldn't have a problem. You can be taking a host of things. I'm kind of less is more person. I try to do things with supplements and practice good health. So if you're taking 10 or 12 things, take a look at that list, because some people are walking around in a stupor because they're taking too many drugs. So let's talk about that. What's the best way to fund a long-term care plan? That was covered on another slide, but it's the cash value of an existing life insurance policy. It doesn't hurt to ask. Exchange an annuity, your CD, savings, brokerage account, mutual funds. It could also be just on a monthly basis. Fit it into your cash flow. It's possible that more can be pulled out of your income stream because maybe your money's not invested the right way or in the right place or in the right sequence. Maybe more can be pulled out of that. So why is it important to work with an experienced long-term care specialist and be pre-screened ahead of time rather than submitting a formal application and hoping for the best? I kind of covered that, but I'll cover it again. If you have somebody that's only health insurance licensed, that's great, but they can't talk to you about the ones that are based upon the life and the riders or the annuities. If you have someone that hasn't had the partnership training, the continuing education, you'll miss out on all of that. If you have somebody that's not securities licensed, then they can't talk to you about the Swiss Army knife that has the growth potential, the huge life insurance benefit, and the lifetime income. So you wouldn't go to a podiatrist for cardiac work. See a specialist for long-term care. I'm certified in long-term care planning. I suggest that you visit with a certified long-term care professional because they've got that ongoing education. They're invited to the same stuff I am, and we are learning something new every week. Every week I'm in a webinar. I spend more time on long-term care studies than any other thing. So, questions? I'd like your own questions. You're free to schedule. We have the schedule here for that complimentary 30-minute call, or take our information, call our office. Questions, please. Yes?
I have an old plan that was a workplace plan, and then it got frozen, so that it still has the benefit, but it's not ongoing anymore. The company's sold out, basically, and the new company was going to raise rates astronomically.
Okay.
And so I threw that back in the freezer. Would the benefit in that plan be convertible somehow?
Okay. The lady's asking regarding a workplace plan that has been frozen by the employer. So she has a plan in place, it still has some benefit to it, and you're asking if it could.
Can that convert to something?
She's asking if it can be converted to something else.
Yeah, money within that plan is used for,
I'm going to, unless it's a life insurance based or annuity based plan that has equity to it, I'm going to guess that it's maybe a traditional long-term care plan with just a monthly benefit, not just, I mean that's important, with a benefit for home care or nursing home care. And that would be something where maybe you want to supplement it if you don't think it's enough. But I'd have to see, is it a true group traditional long-term care plan, or is it a life insurance based hybrid plan where it's got some equity in it?
probably not, but I don't know.
Okay. You saw the one lady that she bought one to subsidize. She had a traditional plan that paid the $5,000 a month, and it didn't have any equity to it, so she hung on to that. And I'm suggesting anybody have any group coverage, hang on to it. Do not let those policies go. And if you have any other coverage, hang on to those too. Don't let someone talk you out of getting rid of something that was bought when you were younger, unless it's a really bad plan.
Yeah, I continued to pay for it for years.
Good.
After I left that employer. But then when the company, the insurance company, I believe, sold out to a different company, and then the rate was going to just skyrocket. And it was no longer.
Okay. So. Thanks for sharing that. Any other questions? That is for a raffle.
Here or somewhere else?
Katia? Help me. Yes, we're going to be pulling names after. So turn in your raffle tickets.
After the presentation or after at the end of the day?
We only have one. How would you know? We need to put our name on it then?
I think we had a miscommunication. We were trying to pull, Katia? We were trying to pull up the elephant things. We couldn't pull up the elephant things on the computer. So the elephants got given out to the people that raised their hands. I apologize. So you won't turn your raffle coupons in it, with my apology. We gave the prizes out already, and that was the bracelets to track. By the way, those elephant bracelets, they're actually tracking, and they're a chip that's embedded in the elephants without harming them, and they're tracking these animals, so you can see how they migrate, where they go, the countries that they go to. So real interesting on that. But we have the takeaway folders at the back of the room. Katya's got a schedule there if you want to schedule a time to talk. Any other questions? Yes. No. I was asked if we were related to the Brandt's Cafe, not to Brandt Tool and Die. We are Brandt Financial Concepts, our 40th year in business, and 40th year celebrating our wedding too, as well. Congratulations. Thank you. Any other questions?
Not a question, just a comment.
Yes.
You know, it was interesting you mentioned that about the
care planning for you and your partner, and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you, and you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
I am proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance-free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are, driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are, and I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
Without proper estate planning, family members pay the price. Oftentimes, the result is an expensive probate court battle to obtain guardianship and eventually the settling of an estate after a loved one's passing. From those with modest means to the very wealthy, this happens to families on a daily basis. Peck Ritchie is here to help. We can serve and guide your family both in and out of the courtroom so you can find peace at home.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you, and you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
Proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance-free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are, driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are, and I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
Without proper estate planning, family members pay the price. Oftentimes, the result is an expensive probate court battle to obtain guardianship and eventually the settling of an estate after a loved one's passing. From those with modest means to the very wealthy, this happens to families on a daily basis. Peck Ritchie is here to help. We can serve and guide your family both in and out of the courtroom so you can find peace at home.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was.
Do you want to turn the lights up a little bit or no? Yeah, just a little? Otherwise, we'll all fall asleep because it's after lunch. And I might even fall asleep standing up.
That's good. That's good.
That's good.
Not too late. We'll go blind.
Well, 1, 2, 3,
I should sit in
6,
here and listen to
7.
this, but
We
I'll
have
not remember
7.
it anyway. We ready to go? Yeah. Okie dokie. Well,
Sorry.
thanks for coming, y'all. I'm Jennifer Prell. I'm the founder of Elderwerks. Thank you for coming and planning for your futures. And for those who are professionals trying to learn a little more, smart people. So I am here to introduce Sue Grossinger, who happens to be a friend of mine, so we like to chat, and you might have heard a little of our chat. Sorry. She's the Senior Services Coordinator at Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital, and they are silver sponsors, so they help us fund this event. Susan's worked with older adults and their families for over 30 years. It's got to be longer than that.
It probably.
In several different capacities, including case management, community program coordination and training, senior services coordination, and Medicare shift counseling. She's been at Advocate Good Shepherd Hospital for over 22 years as the Senior Services Coordinator. Her duties include providing resource information and assistance to older adults and their caregivers. Medicare navigation as a senior health insurance program, shift counselor for the last 18 years, and coordinating the Matter of Balance fall prevention program as a master trainer, that's a really good class. We might do that one next year. She also represents the hospital out in the community through educational programs and volunteering on organizations board of directors. Please welcome Sue Grossinger.
Thank you. Wow, thank you. Okay, thanks. I got my clicker. I have actually been at Good Shepherd 23 years now. I aged between the time they got the information and now, and a ship counselor for 19 years, meaning they started the initial enrollment for the prescription drug program and Medicare Advantage as of October of 2005. So I've been doing this a little while, and I really like to help people understand their Medicare, even if you've been on Medicare for a long time, okay? It's important to know that there are choices. I don't think people know that. If there's anything, I hope they handed out a flyer. Yep, that's it. It talks about the 2 different choices. This is normally an hour and a half or more presentation. I only have about an hour. So if you learn anything, I want you to learn that once you do go to Medicare, you have choices on how you get your Medicare. So we're going to talk about that. I'm going to try to kind of go through things. It might seem a little quick. This is a lot of information, but I also want you to know there's help. You can get help if you need it, okay? The other thing I want you to know is if anyone knows what it's like to transition to Medicare, everybody starts telling you what to do, what choice to make. Do this, do that, and everybody has their own ideas. Guess what? That is their own idea. What's best for you may not be what's best for them. So all that cacophony between TV, your mail, email, Bertha down the street, Fred, your brother, all of that goes out of the head. You have to kind of start and think about, what do I want? Okay, so that's how we're going to start. That's me. I am at Good Shepherd Hospital. I am a certified senior health insurance program counselor, all right? SHIP's mission, we want to empower, we want to educate, we want to assist Medicare eligible individuals, their families. We do outreach, we do individual counseling and training. I want you or someone you love who you're helping to make informed healthcare decisions that optimizes your care and benefits. I want you to get your Medicare how you want it, not how somebody else tells you to do it. I think something's flashing. Is it one of the lights? There. That one. So today, our agenda, I'll try to go through everything. What is Medicare? There are 4 parts to Medicare. Why? Because they're all funded differently, but that's another story. Medicare supplements, Medicare Part D, Medicare Part C, which is Medicare Advantage, Medicare Comparison Summary, enrollment periods and process, and available resources. I want you to know that on the Advocate Health website, we do have a section on Medicare, lots of information, okay? So you can continue to get that. We have a resource guide that's also on our website. 90% of this information is in that resource guide. So, welcome to Medicare. What? Okay, we're standing there going, what do I do? All right? One of my goals when I'm doing this presentation for the hour and a half, because it's so much information, is not to have people either their head explode while they're in the room or leaving for the day. So I'm going to try not to give you too much information so you don't feel overwhelmed, but there is ways to get more to help you. Medicare is a federal program. If anybody talks to you about Medicaid, that's a state program for low-income people to help get their health insurance. So Medicare is a federal program that provides you with your health insurance. You have to be 65 or older. If you're under 65, you have to be deemed disabled by the Social Security Administration, and then after 24 months, you become eligible for Medicare. If you encounter or get diagnosed end-stage renal disease or ALS, you automatically get enrolled in Medicare. You have to be a U.S. citizen or a permanent legal resident in the U.S. for a minimum of 5 years. And Medicare is managed by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which we call CMS. Just one note, it's your work history or your spouse's. It affects your Medicare premium for Part B or A, if you do have a premium for A, but not if you're eligible. It has to do with if you have a premium or not. If you have a divorced spouse, you can apply for Medicare benefits on their work record. They'll never know, don't worry. But you can apply for Medicare and Social Security on their work record. So when somebody comes into my office, my first question is, what's going on with you? I want to know what path are they on, okay? Are you retiring at 65, so you're going to lose your insurance and you need to go to Medicare? Do you plan on working past 65? If you are, do you still have access to an employer insurance? And what does that mean? You might want to look at whether you want to stay or go to Medicare. And are you covered under someone else's health insurance that is working? So I really need to know where you are at so I know what your path is. What's the best direction to start working with you? The 4 parts of Medicare, okay? Part A, hospital, inpatient hospitalization at a skilled nursing facility or a hospital. Other parts of services like home health or hospice, it does have some things covered by Part A. It's usually the skilled care part. Part B, the other part of the federal Medicare program, is pretty much everything else, okay? Doctors, outpatient services, emergency room, ambulance, durable medical equipment, any day surgery, anything that's outpatient or not an inpatient care is Part B. Those 2 things together, A and B, is what makes up your medical insurance. It's just like when you worked, except you had 1 card. A and B is your medical health insurance that's provided to you by the federal government. In 2005-06, they added the Part D program, which is the prescription drug part plan, or Part C, which is Medicare Advantage plans. And what those are, both D and C are offered by private insurance companies. Part C, or Medicare Advantage, is the other way that you might want to get your A, hospital, your B, medical, and your D, your drug coverage, bundled all in one plan. So you have 2 different options to get those benefits, A, B, and your drug coverage. It's just a different way of getting it, and we'll talk about that. This, if you learn anything, this is what I wanted you to know. And I did give you a printout. This shows you the options. And I'm going to probably spend a lot of my time on this. So, the traditional or original way to get your Medicare, you have Medicare A and B. Medicare's paying your claims. It's your primary insurance. Part A has a deductible. Part B, it's 80/20 after the Part B deductible. And then people get a Medigap or a supplement to pick up some of those costs after Medicare pays, because Medicare doesn't pay 100%. There are some copays, coinsurance, deductibles that are left. So people will pick a Medigap plan depending on how much coverage they want and what they want to pay in a premium, so that it goes along with Medicare A and B. And then you get a separate prescription drug plan. So you're kind of, how you know today, if you're working, you have one card. It's your medical and your drug coverage. This is broken up the traditional way into 3 different parts. A and B, your Medicare card, primary, supplemental insurance. Supplements are standardized by the government. There are 8 of them as of now, but they are not a part of Medicare. They're provided to you by private insurance companies, but they only exist to go with Medicare A and B. So they're not, you know, some people have said to me, well, if my Medicare doesn't pay for it, will my supplement pick it up? No, because your supplement is strictly there to pick up the coinsurance or copays or deductibles that A and B leave. It doesn't exist by itself. So you buy a supplemental plan that's standardized, and I'll show you them to you, but it is not part of Medicare. Okay, so this is the traditional way to get your A and B and drug coverage. It's kind of separated. Medicare primary. You had a question.
Isn't the supplement separately medically underwritten?
That's after a certain period of time. You have 2 thresholds of time that if you get your supplement within 6 months of getting your Part B, they can't ask you any medical questions. After that 6 months, you may be usually subject to medical underwriting, okay? When you go to Medicare Advantage for the first time, you have a 12-month trial period where you can switch back from a Medicare Advantage plan back to traditional Medicare and get a supplement with no medical underwriting. But after that 12-month trial period, you can be subject to underwriting. They can charge you a little more money, or they can completely refuse you. We are lucky here in Illinois. We're one of 6 states that has a company that is guaranteed issue, if you're over 65, to get a supplement with no medical underwriting. It's Blue Cross. They have a part that's called a secure plan that they will underwrite you, and then their regular guaranteed issue where they won't. So I've had people who were sick in the hospital, wanted to go from Medicare Advantage back to traditional Medicare, and they just signed up for a Blue Cross with no medical questions asked, even though they had just been diagnosed and were actively being treated for cancer.
And they were in the hospital?
They were in the hospital, yeah.
There are some plans where they don't cover it, no.
Well, yeah, they cover you when you're in the hospital. That's Part A. The supplement picks up the Part A deductible. It is not an insurance by itself. It operates secondary to your Medicare. Okay?
But what I was asking was that Medicare supplement, when somebody is in the hospital under treatment, does not get qualified for the supplement.
If they didn't have a supplement and they were actively being treated, they would probably not get a supplement. Yes. Yeah? So, the other way, this is this little or, is Medicare Advantage. What this is you're telling Medicare, I don't want to get my Medicare A and B benefits and drug coverage through you and a separate prescription drug plan. I want to purchase this Part C Medicare Advantage that provides me with Part A, Part B, and D, but within the structure of an HMO or PPO. We used to have more private fee-for-services. I don't think we have very many of those anymore. So you get, instead of Medicare paying your bills, you've picked an insurance plan that's a Medicare health plan in the form or structure of an HMO or PPO. But you're getting your A and B and drug benefits through that plan. That's how you've decided to get it. So what happens with this is Medicare's not paying your bills anymore. That insurance plan is. But about 60%, if not more, don't have a premium for the Medicare Advantage. How do you get health insurance without a premium? Now, you still have to have A and B, so you will have a Part B premium, but you may not have a premium for that Medicare Advantage plan. I think somebody's paying somebody something, don't you? Medicare has to pay the insurance companies a set amount per month for every Medicare beneficiary they insure. Your employer, if you work, does the same thing. No one's going to give you health insurance if somebody isn't paying them. It can cost a lot of money, up to $20,000 a year per employee. Your $100 that you pay in premium is it's not the full amount. So Medicare does the same thing. They're paying that insurance company to insure you on that HMO or PPO because you told Medicare, this is how I want to get my Medicare benefits. Okay? So they're in the structure of an HMO or a PPO. Okay? And it is different than this, how this works. And I'm going to show this to you hopefully quickly. So let's say our neighbor down the street, Bertha, has original Medicare. Okay? So her Part A costs the first 60 days in a benefit period, and I'll explain what that is, she'd have a deductible of $1,632. So if she's in the hospital 1 day or 5 days, we bundle all the bills, all the services except the doctors, into one charge, and then there's a deductible. A benefit period is you go into the hospital for 5 days. They diagnose you, you go home, and so you have a total of 150 days in a benefit period for hospital. If you go out of the hospital and you stay out of the hospital or receiving any Part A services for more than 60 days, you're in a new benefit period with a new set of days. But you'll have a new deductible if you go back into the hospital as an inpatient. So it's not a calendar year, it's a benefit period, and that's just for Part A services. My dad was in and out of the hospital every 3 weeks for 5 months when he was alive. He used one deductible for that 5 months, okay? He had an epiphany. He was out of the hospital for 10 months. When he went back to the hospital, new benefit period, new set of 150 days. He had used 55 hospital days of his 150. But when he stayed out of the hospital for more than 60 days, he got a new set of 150 days, but a new deductible. Skilled nursing, a little different. If you go to a nursing facility from a hospital stay for rehab, the first 20 days, there's no cost after a 3-day hospital stay at least. Then if 21 to 100 is a $204 copay per day. Some of these changes, the deductible, the copays, those change from year to year. And then home health, there's no copay, but you will pay 20% for durable medical equipment, like a wheelchair. Let me get through this real quick because otherwise I won't have time, and then I can answer some questions. Thank you. Okay. Part B, annual. This year, the base premium for Part B is $174.70 for new enrollees. Social Security tells you what your Part B premium is. You may have to pay a higher amount if your income is higher, your adjusted gross income. Part B pays 80%. Oops, sorry. You're left with a 20% coinsurance, all right? A lot of preventative services are zero, And then mental health services used to be 50-50, but now it's 80-20, so you're 20%. Part B, you have to have Part A and B if you want a Medigap policy, because Part B pays for doctors, all outpatient services. You can't get a supplement if you don't have Part B. If you want to join a Medicare Advantage plan, you have to have Part B, because you have to have A and B, because that's what they're going to provide you with, is your A and B services. If your employer, you're still working, has less than 20 employees, Medicare has to be primary. So that's important to know if you work for a small company, whether you want to stay on that insurance, but if there's less than 20 employees, Medicare has to be primary. For active employment, if you are actively working and have an employer group health plan with more than 20 employees, there will not be a penalty if you enroll in Part B within 8 months of losing your coverage. I don't know why anyone would want to wait 8 months. Sometimes people do because they get a severance, and that gets tricky. Got to make sure you don't blow yourself out of that initial enrollment to B. You may want to delay Part B if you continue with your employer's creditable coverage past the age of 65. You won't get a penalty because your employer will prove for you through a form that Social Security has that you were working and you had coverage, and that's why you didn't get Part B when you turned 65. If you don't have coverage from active employment and you don't get Part B, your premiums will be higher because you'll get a penalty, and you may have to pay for health care out of pocket because you can't enroll until a general election period. This is Irma. One time I was doing a presentation, and the current active hurricane was named Irma. But IRMA is income-related monthly adjustment amount. And what this means is they go back 2 years. So this year in 2024, if you sign up for Part B, they're going to look at your adjusted gross income from 2022. And they're going to calculate, do you pay the $174.70? Because as a single person, it's less than $103,000, or a joint return, it's less than $206,000. Or do you have higher income? And so you have to pay a Part B premium of $244, $349, etc., as your adjusted gross income goes up. And then there's an additional amount on top of your Part D if you have a premium that you would have to pay also. The thresholds are different between individuals and married, finally, jointly, and then they go up, the thresholds go up every year. So it's 103 this year, it goes up 6,000 for single people. Next year it'll be 109 probably, and then 206, it'll go up 6,000 for each person, so it might go to 218 for next year, that threshold. And everybody says, wait a minute, I'm retiring. I'm not making the money I made 2 years ago. Well, that's why you have the ability to appeal, okay? You would fill out this SSA 44, and you would say to them, say you retire in January of 2025. In 2025, my adjusted gross income will not be what it was in 2023. So you fill out this form, you tell them you have a life-changing event, which is work reduction, work stoppage, divorce, death. There are a few things, and you fill out that form and bring it to your Social Security office. What they want us to tell you is if you make a mistake and you don't calculate what you think your adjusted gross income will be for the year of that life-changing event, when they do find out 2 years later, you're going to have to pay the money back. And basically what you're paying back is maybe you should have paid $244 and you only paid $174. So they're going to make you pay back that $70, whatever that was, difference for every month. I have to tell you that. So once you get A and B and you've decided to have Original Medicare be your primary, that's how you want to get your Medicare, you want to look at Medicare supplements. Those are also called Medigap plans. They're the same thing, just different words. They're sold by private insurance companies because they're not part of Medicare. Medigap plans function as a secondary to Medicare. You get guaranteed issue or no underwriting for the first 6 months after your Part B starts. Supplements require a prospective policyholder, if you are beyond that 6 months from getting Part B, or you're beyond your 12-month trial for Medicare Advantage, you may have to answer health-related questions. That's called medical underwriting. All policies with the same letter, a G, an N, a D, whatever that letter is, the benefits of that policy is the same. A G is a G is a G is a G. An N is an N is an N is an N, okay? Premiums go up as you age, all right? That's one of the negatives of going with original Medicare and a supplement, is the older you get, they can't drop you, so well, this person's going to charge us more money, they're 75 now. But every year they may tweak that premium. Plans cannot be canceled, nor can they charge a higher premium due to health conditions. So while you're on that plan, they can't judge you based on your claims, okay? But that's why they raise your rates every year, because they know the older you get, the higher risk you're going to be to them. These are the supplements or Medigap plans. The C and the F, if you can see these are no longer available to people born after January 1st of 1955. The reason, these were the two plans that did pick up the Part B deductible. I heard Congress decided in their wisdom, I'm not being sarcastic, that they thought if seniors had to pay the Part B deductible, which this year is $240 for the year, they won't go to the doctor so much. And so they'll save them money. Well, I work at a hospital. If you don't go to the doctor, you get sicker. And if you get sicker, you use more services. And if you use more services, you cost more money. So,
politicians were smart.
and no one asked me. I wish they would have. I would have told them correctly. So anybody born after January 1st of 1955, the G is the most common, it's the most popular. The only out-of-pocket you pay is the Part B deductible. The other deductibles or co-insurances are covered. The N is pretty popular too. That has up to a $20 copay, and after the deductible, and then the supplement will pick up the 20%. There's the Part B deductible as well, and then there's something called a Part B excess charge. What happens is if a doctor doesn't accept assignment or the contracted rate of that claim, then they are allowed to charge 15% over the Medicare contracted rate. So if you're in a plan that doesn't pick up the excess charge, you'd have to pay that 15%. 95% of doctors and facilities, maybe higher, accept Medicare assignment. I do know a couple of people down, orthopedic surgeons, I don't know them, but I've heard down at Rush, don't accept Medicare at all. I had a sister call me once, she wanted to sue the orthopedic surgeon who charged her brother, I think it was like $30,000 a hip, because he didn't take Medicare, and she wanted to get his money back. I said, did he know that the surgeon did not accept Medicare? And she said, yes. And I said, there's nothing you can do. And I also said, if a surgeon is going to bill me $30,000 a hip, he better make me an Olympic athlete, because otherwise I don't think it's worth it. So most doctors accept assignment, but you should always check that they take Medicare and they accept assignment. I think this year, I think it was in 2024, if not 2023, they added an Illinois Medigap plan birthday rule. So if you have a current Medigap plan and you're between 65 and 75, you can switch to an equal valued plan, Medigap plan, or lesser from the same company on your birthday up to 45 days without medical underwriting. Now, I wish they would have done this a little different. I wish it could have been any company, and also not only equal or lesser, but we got to take what they give us, okay? So this is a little bit more opportunity to switch, possibly without medical underwriting every year. Part D. This one is for a good night's sleep, and this one for the headaches I get trying to understand the new Medicare drug plan. So I like to say that SHIP counselors were a little Motrin, Advil, and Aleve. We like to take away your headache for you. Part D is the prescription drug program. Before January 1st of 2006, there was no drug coverage. My mother passed away in 2002. She was spending $800 a month for her prescriptions. So before that, you were on your own. So we are lucky that we have some type of prescription coverage for Medicare beneficiaries. It's offered by Medicare-approved private insurance companies. They have to follow Medicare rules and the structure of their drug coverage. You have to have at least Part A, if not A and B. You can get your drug coverage two ways. One, in a standalone prescription drug plan, or most Medicare Advantage plans, I think it's about 89 or 90%, do include prescription drug coverage in that Medicare Advantage plan. So instead of Medicare Advantage, we call it MAPD, Medicare Advantage Prescription Drug. You choose the plan to meet your needs, all right? Convenience, lowest cost, the pharmacy. So when someone comes in to see me to pick their drug coverage, what drugs do you take? What pharmacy do you want to go to? That's it. And we try to pick every year the best plan financially for them that's going to cover their drugs. The drug plans and the Medicare Advantage plans sign new contracts with Medicare every September. What do? They tweak for the next calendar year. So you really need to make sure if you're on prescription coverage or in a Medicare Advantage plan that you review this every year to make sure it is still working for you based on what you need. This year in 2024, the premiums range from $0 to $108.60. The higher premium plans are not necessarily the best. You can have the 0 premium plan be great for you. So it just depends. And also, the plans have what's called preferred pharmacy networks. So you make sure the pharmacy you want to use or one you're willing to go to is in the plan and provides you with the best coverage. Do you have creditable coverage? So if you get drug coverage through an employer or the VA, it's creditable. There are changes for next year. I'm not going to go through that necessarily, but the Part D plans will be possibly sometimes considered better than employer insurance, but we've been told, and I'm not positive, that those employers that already have said that your drug coverage is creditable will be grandfathered in, even though the Part D program may be better. So it's kind of, we're learning as we go here. We'll know more. Is your coverage going to end that you have when you retire? How much, I have people that stay on employer insurance right now because it's better. That is probably going to change next year. They've done some good things, hopefully. So some people continue to work and use because their parent, their family member, their loved one, their spouse is on astronomical drugs, and they keep working because the drug coverage with the employer is better. But hopefully that's going to change. And what are the premiums? So without creditable coverage, and you go beyond 2 months from when your coverage ended, you have blown yourself out of a special enrollment period, and you will start accruing a penalty, which is 1% of the average monthly prescription drug premium times the number of months you were late. That's the amount of your penalty, and that's tacked on to your premium for the rest of your life. So yes, when we first started doing Part D in 2006, we were told to tell people it is voluntary. However, if you don't get it and you don't have drug coverage, you get penalized. So depends on your definition of voluntary. This year, the Part D national base premium was $34.70. So if you were without coverage for 10 months, you would take 0.10 times 34.70, and that would give you your penalty. How the drug plans set, I like to say, how they set their price is they tier the drugs. Tier 1 is a preferred generic, Tier 2 is a non-preferred generic, Tier 3 is a preferred brand, Tier 4 is a non-preferred brand, and Tier 5 is specialty. However, we see lots of times generics are considered Tier 4s. A lot of times, don't go to the dermatologist. No, I go every 6 months, so go to the dermatologist. But the creams they want to give us are they're very highly tiered. So just, know that even though something is a generic, it may be tiered higher and maybe cost you a little bit more money. We are going to save money with the Inflation Reduction Act. It lowered a 1 month supply of insulin to $35, covered some vaccines under Part D that were not covered before, like the shingles vaccine. If you have full extra help, if you get extra help, there used to be partial and full, now it's all full. And they got rid of the catastrophic level, which would have been 5% coinsurance for your drugs. Now it's 0, okay? Next year, in 2025, they are getting rid of something called the donut hole, which has really been hard for people because you go there's 4 stages of Part D. You have a deductible period, an initial coverage period, where you pay a low copay or a copay, and then when you hit the donut hole, the copays go to 25% of the full price of the drug. So people with a drug that they didn't realize was actually $500 retail, because they were only paying a $46 copay, when they hit the donut hole, then they're paying 25% of that $500. That stage, the donut hole, is going away next year. And they're adding a maximum out-of-pocket of $2,000. We don't know how the prescription drug companies are going to respond. It's a wait and see. We're hoping that they play nicely in the sandbox, but we'll see how it's going to look. We'll know during the annual enrollment period of October 15th to December 7th, or if you're transitioning to Medicare after October 1st, we will see the new plans for 2025 after October 1st. So, hang on. People have low costs or low income. They can get extra help, which means the government will help pay your premium for your Part D plan and lower your drug costs even more. Not all Part D plans participate. In 2023, we had 7 drug plans that coordinated with extra help. This year, we only had 1. So every year is different. Medicare Part C. This is Medicare Advantage. We were looking with Bertha on the left-hand side, original Medicare, a supplement, and a separate Part D plan. This is the right-hand side that we saw on that graph. Medicare Advantage, where you've told Medicare, you're not going to pay my bills, I'm going to purchase this HMO or PPO that's a Medicare health plan, and I want to get my A and B and drug benefits this way. Medicare plans are called Part C, Medicare Advantage, or Medicare Prescription Drug, MAPD. They are a bundled private plan, which is an alternative to traditional original Medicare. Medicare pays a fixed amount. Remember I said that? Medicare has to pay the insurance companies to insure us old people, otherwise they wouldn't do it. So there's a fixed amount that they pay for your care each month to that private insurer. And the insurer has to follow rules set by Medicare. You have to have A and B for you to get a Medicare Advantage plan, and you have to continue to pay your Part B premium. Choices vary depending on county and your zip code. So in Lake County, there's 43 plans. Cook County, I think it's 58. I think Kane County is 56 or 58, and McHenry is 51. Sorry. So every county is different and has similar but maybe different plans. Even if say you move 2 blocks away, but it's a new county, you better re-enroll. Even though you want your same plan, you got to re-enroll in that plan with a new address. Don't let any insurance company tell you just to give the new address. I've been through this rodeo way too many times, where they thought they just gave their new address to the Medicare Advantage plan, and about 2 months later, they got a letter saying, you moved out of our service area, we're going to terminate you. Re-enroll. Medicare Advantage trends, 2023, 51% of Medicare beneficiaries are now in Medicare Advantage. It started in 2007 with 19%. Has become much more popular. I really feel the reason they became more popular, even though people, if you don't use a lot of health care, it really can save you a lot of money. I think that baby boomers, I am a baby boomer, we've been on managed care, HMOs and PPOs our whole life. That's how we know insurance works. So Medicare Advantage can make sense to us, more so than like my father, who was on original Medicare and at 88 paid $300 for a Plan F. So he paid his Part B premium and $300 for his Plan F. $300 was back in 2010. Now it's over $400 for probably or so someone his age. So you're paying more in advance with original Medicare to not pay later. With Medicare Advantage, you're actually paying less in advance, but you pay as you go, as you render healthcare services with copays and coinsurance up to a maximum out of pocket. So Medicare Advantage plans include all the benefits and protections of Medicare A and B. Most, I think it's like 89%, cover prescription drugs. Each plan has different benefits, different ways, their copays are different, their coinsurance is different, their drug formularies are different, and the in-network pharmacies. So where Medicare Part B pays 80% for, say, the emergency room, and you have 20% coinsurance and your supplement picks that up, with Medicare Advantage, the emergency room could have a $100 copay or a $200 copay. So it's really structured how HMOs and PPOs are structured, where you have a coinsurance. You have to use usually network doctors or hospitals. HMOs, you're much more restricted to that network. You can't go out of network unless it's an HMO POS, which is a point of service. There's a little bit more out of network costs. Opportunity. PPO, larger network. You can go in or out of network. Out of network, if the provider will bill for you. Out of network can have a higher coinsurance. That's your responsibility. But the big thing here is you pay as you go, as you render health care. With original Medicare and a supplement, you're paying for that supplement whether you use it or not. It's for what if, okay? So it's two different mindsets when you're looking at making that decision. Do I want original Medicare and a supplement? Because I have people, they don't want any risk. I want to hand somebody those two cards. I want to say here, take my test. I don't have to worry about a thing. You have other people, I don't want to pay for that supplement if I'm not using it or it's going to go up as I age. So they would rather go with a Medicare Advantage plan. This is how personalized this is. It's up to you. It's up to how and where you want to get your health care and you want to spend your health care dollars, okay? And the Medicare coverage and out-of-pocket costs are different from plan to plan. The Medicare Advantage plan premiums range from $0 to $202 a month. That $202 premium, I think, is for a plan that really has no out-of-pocket costs. So it kind of, again, where are you spending your money and how? Medicare Advantage plans are guaranteed issue. You don't have to go through underwriting ever. Medicare Advantage, they used to underwrite people or not accept end-stage renal disease. They don't do that anymore. Medicare Advantage plan premiums do not increase by age, but they can change from year to year. Remember I said they sign new contracts with Medicare, so they can make changes. I always tell people to look at star ratings. Medicare does surveys to make sure that people are being treated right, whether it's customer service or quality of care. And so when you look on the Medicare website and look at the different plans that you might be interested in, they will have a star rating. Somebody's under 3 stars, I would be concerned about signing up with them. Because if they don't get to 3 stars within a few years, they can be rejected from the Medicare program. All Medicare Advantage plans have annual out-of-pockets. So when someone comes to see me, I'll say, and they want Medicare Advantage, what drugs do you take? Do you want an HMO or a PPO, or does that matter? What maximum out-of-pocket can you afford if you had a bad year? I will be honest with you. I knew someone, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, 58 years old. 2 months, they met their $5,000 maximum out of pocket, and they were in treatment for 4. So you have to know that maybe one day, if you have a bad year, you have to be able to afford that maximum out of pocket, for your insurance, okay? Employer insurance operates the same way. I'm on my husband's PPO. We have a $6,000 maximum. I had my knee replaced last year. I paid about $4,000. I didn't meet it. But you have to be able to do that. So I really want people to think when they're picking a plan, what maximum out of pocket is okay, okay? And then we look at provider network. Are your providers in the network of, we might pick 2 or 3 plans and see which is the best based on provider network. Prescription drug costs are not considered in this annual maximum. It has its own starting next year. They have extra benefits, woohoo, little fitness. You know, I had someone come into my office, she didn't care about anything, she just wanted ARP United Healthcare because she could get a lifetime. Go to Lifetime in Lake Zurich. Okay, she didn't care about understanding any of it. She just wanted to be able to go to Lifetime. Dental, little eye exams, hearing aids hearing aids, I don't know if it's a horn in your ear or no, I'm kidding, a real hearing aid. Over-the-counter benefits, little transportation. They're adding give-back dollars, wellness dollars, flex allowance. So they're really starting to add some things in there if that's what's important to you. So we're going to compare. You pay a Part B premium for both. Original Medicare covers Part A and B benefits. Medicare does that. You may have an additional Medicare Advantage premium depending on which one you purchase. You can choose and pay a monthly premium for an individual Part D plan with Original Medicare. With Part C or Medicare Advantage, the plan covers your A, B, and then also includes additional benefits and can include Part D. I do recommend for people, I don't ever tell anyone what to do, but get the drug coverage. Don't tell me that you don't take any drugs and that you don't need it. I've had people not take prescription coverage at 65, and at 66, they had $600 a month worth of medications. And they had to wait till the next year to apply to get Part D. I was able to sign the person up for a manufacturer program. His income was a little bit lower. But don't ever go, you don't know, okay? Today you don't take anything, tomorrow you have to take a cholesterol, heart, blood pressure, et cetera, et cetera. You get AFib. Those drugs are expensive. Get drug coverage. It's not that much. Okay, I won't tell you what to do. Anything else? Medicare provides the primary A and B coverage. The plan is what the insurance companies are the primary payer of your services. You have choices of doctors and hospitals in the whole United States. With original Medicare, there's no networks if they accept Medicare or accept new Medicare patients. Most of the plans have networks of doctors and other providers you can and cannot go see. Generally, you or your Medigap plan pays those deductibles and coinsurance with original Medicare. The reason people get a Medigap or supplement with original Medicare, there's no maximum out of pocket. 20% of chemo per treatment can be a couple $1,000s. And if you're in treatment for 6 months, every 3 weeks, tens of thousands. You get a supplement, it picks up the 20%. You pay the premium of that supplement, you don't have the medical bills after the Part B deductible. So think about that before you make that decision. But generally you or the Medigap policy pays those deductibles and coinsurance depending on the plan you pick. With Medicare Advantage, you pay copays or coinsurance as services are rendered. You pay as you go with low to no monthly plan premium, most of them. Enrollment process, anybody becoming eligible for Medicare? Is everybody in Medicare? Do I need to explain the enrollment period to you? You can sign up for your Medicare benefit at age 65 and delay your Social Security. Our retirement age has separated a while ago from our eligibility age for Medicare. So whether you get Social Security really has nothing to do with whether you go to Medicare. Whether you want to continue working or go to Medicare, that is what your health insurance. Social Security is a different story. You can delay Part B and your drug coverage if you're currently employed with credible health insurance. I have a lot of people that come to see me when they're approaching, even though they want to work, what's better? And so we'll compare your employer insurance versus going to Medicare or Medicare Advantage. If you have an HSA with a high deductible plan, a health savings account, where you're making contributions to this HSA, they're pre-tax dollars. Consider talking to a tax advisor. You should not get Medicare if you want to continue contributing to an HSA. By law, a high deductible plan, you cannot have other additional insurance. So if you contribute to an HSA and have Medicare, say Part A, your contribution goes from pre-tax to taxable. So just be very careful about that. And if, say, you decide to continue working and not get Part A or B and continue contributing to your HSA, please know that if you're outside of your Medicare enrollment period, if you want to get Social Security, they automatically start your Part A. And they backdate 6 months or to your birthday month at 65, whichever came first. So you want to continue contributing to an HSA after Medicare eligibility, you need to talk to someone to make sure you're doing things right. Some people stop contributing and they just use the high deductible in their HSA until they retire. They stop contributing as the day that their Medicare becomes eligible. Some people change to a regular, PPO or whatever with their company, and they stop contributing and they just use up the HSA. Other people don't get Medicare at all, even though they're still working. And they wait until they retire. And then again, they would have to stop contributing 6 months before they get their Social Security or their Part A. So enrollment, you're automatically enrolled in Medicare if you're already on Social Security, okay? If you're under 65 and disabled, you're automatically enrolled at 25 months from when you got your disability eligibility. If you are automatically enrolled in Social Security, in Medicare, because you're on Social Security, but you're on a employer group health plan and you don't want to get B, if you automatically get your card, turn it over and follow the instructions to delay your Part B until you're ready to retire, okay? Or your spouse is ready to retire. You do not have to be retired to get Medicare. If you're not collecting Social Security and you're still working and have employer insurance or you're on the marketplace, you have to enroll yourself. Megan next door from Social Security, I'm sure, is talking about that because Social Security is your window to Medicare. You have to apply for Medicare A and B through Social Security because it's based on your quarter hours and whether you're eligible to sign up for Medicare. How many quarter hours? It's usually 40 quarter hours or 10 consecutive years. Talk to Social Security. When you turn 65, your initial enrollment period is you can enroll 3 months before your birthday month. It'll automatically start your birthday month. If you enroll the first day in your birthday month, it will start the next month, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like a 7-month period. Once you're outside of this 7-month period, you better be on your employer group health plan or your spouse's. Otherwise, that penalty after 12 months for Part B and D, 2 months, starts ticking. There's special enrollment periods. If you have employer credible group coverage, you get a special enrollment period to enroll in Medicare when your employer insurance is going to end. And your employer fills out this, it's called a CMS L564, which is an employer information form. Your employer fills that out and says, hey, Becky was employed from this date, she's still employed, she's had coverage from this date, and she's still covered. And you turn that in with your Part A and B application. Okay? If you may enroll in Part A or B anytime while you're still covered under your employer health plan or within 8 months of loss of coverage or current employment, whichever happens first. For Part C and D, you have to enroll within 2 months from when your coverage ended. Retiree benefits and COBRA are not active employment coverage. So some people get a severance and they have to be very careful. A lot of insurance companies now, even though you have 8 months to enroll in B, they may come back to you and say, you have to have B. We're not going to pay primary. 2 minutes, thank you. Okay. This is the forms that you need if you're already on A. A CMS 40B is your Part B application, and this request for employment information is what your employer fills out to prove you had creditable coverage. There's a general enrollment period, January through March. If you missed your initial enrollment period and you're not eligible for a special enrollment period. Every year between October 15th and December 7th, I'm nuts. It's my tax season. It's the annual enrollment period for people already on Medicare to review their drug coverage or review their Medicare Advantage plan. There's an open enrollment between January and March for people on Medicare Advantage. They can switch again to another Medicare Advantage plan if they want to. And then you'll get an annual notice of change when you're on a Medicare Part D or Medicare Advantage plan comes in September, and they will let you know what your changes are going to look like for the next calendar year. In conclusion, I got 1 minute. Woo-hoo-hoo. Medicare is a health insurance program. It doesn't cover all your health care costs. If you have choices in how you get that coverage, do you want to pay in advance for a supplemental premium so you don't pay later, or would you rather pay as you go with a Medicare Advantage plan? There are programs for people with limited income and resources. The decisions you make affect the coverage you get. Certain decisions are time sensitive. You can get help if you need it. There are SHIP program sites all over the state of Illinois, all over the country. And schedule, if you're on Medicare, you're welcome to Medicare preventative visit. References, you can, if you want, you can go to SHIP. It's illinoisaging.illinois.gov SHIP, and you can see by county where the SHIP sites are. And then again, this is me and Sheila, my coworker. We're both SHIP counselors. Our office phone number, all right? But there are SHIP counselors all over. She's not here. I know there was someone from Hanover Park Senior Center. She's a SHIP counselor. Arlington Heights Senior Center. They're all over. No. You can get help. The help is there. And that is it. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
In Medicare Gap, the other programs, not the straight Medicare, they are supposed to cover what Medicare is doing, but 90% of the time they don't.
Well,
they almost go through the denial and denial and denial.
It depends. Medicare Advantage plans will have prior authorization on medical procedures, right. And they do deny. Yes. I think I've seen studies said that with 80%, 85%, if you at least try to appeal, it will get approved. But there is, my employer insurance has prior authorization on things. That's what insurance companies do. So you have to be aware of that.
Especially because we are in wound care and the biogenics and everything.
Yeah,
they always
that's,
say it is experimental, whereas Medicare
yes,
has approved.
Right away.
Two different,
I had a doctor tell me that a spine procedure that he's been doing for years, he was fighting with a Medicare Advantage plan because they told him it was experimental, and he's like, what? Yeah. So he did get it approved, but it takes appealing and forcing them not to, making them look at it and realizing that, yes, we will approve it. And a lot of people won't do it. It's just like long-term care insurance. I've had people file claims, it doesn't get approved till after the person passed away. So, yes, ma'am.
If you sign up first for the Medicare Advantage and it's over that year,
yes.
Can you go to regular Medicare?
You can, but if you want to supplement, you can go to Medicare A and B. What you do is you enroll in a prescription drug plan, a separate standalone plan. Medicare will cancel your Medicare Advantage plan, but then to get a supplement, you will be subject to underwriting. They really do, it's not like, oh, I have a blood pressure pill, they're not going to accept you. That's not true, okay? But there are certain situations and conditions that they may not want to take you. We are lucky, again, here in Illinois, we do have a guaranteed issue company that if someone can't pass underwriting, they can go to Blue Cross and get a guaranteed issue supplement. Might be a little bit more expensive. Yeah, but
it's not very expensive.
No, it's not too much more. Yeah. Yes, sir. Prescription coverage. I've got a couple of prescriptions, and it seems like every time I refill it, the price is different than it was the last time I filled it. Yeah. So there's a couple reasons why that might be. One is you might be in a different stage. Part D, deductible period, initial coverage period, and donut hole. Or it's a higher tier drug or that's a tier 3 or above that has a co-insurance. If you pay a co-insurance, it's like 18% or 24% of the retail price. That retail price can change all year long. So if it's a percentage of that retail price, then your co-insurance is going to change. A set copay with a plan doesn't change, like $46 or $2, but it depends on the tier of the drug and the plan you're on. I can't tell you why without looking at the plan. Always check your drug coverage every year. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I just wanted to say thank you. I went to your presentation in 2015 when I first signed up for Medicare, and I heard your presentation, and you were the only one explained that I had only 60 days to sign up for a Part D plan after I signed up for Part B. And you came to my house with the form I had to fill out to give to my doctor, or not the doctor, but to the company I work for. So I wanted to thank you for that, and I just wanted to say that I heard you give the presentation probably about 7, 8, or 9 times since then, and you always just seem to have the latest up-to-date information, and you're the only one who seems to, in my opinion, do a good job.
Thank you.
And I think everybody.
This is a testament to the state of Illinois and the SHIP program, because I am trained by them, and we have conference calls every other month and a conference every year, and they keep us up to date with all the legislative and federal changes. But I've also been doing this 19 years. I'm old. I'm old. I'm a baby boomer. I'm old.
But there is also something with Illinois, a newer situation where they don't have to keep you trying for all other alternative drugs before they can get the drug that you need.
Yeah.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you, and you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
I am proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance-free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are. And I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
She is a nurse practitioner at Oak Street Health, a gold sponsor. Vanessa is a family medicine specialist. She's dedicated to providing compassionate, evidence-based care while maintaining adaptable skills and a positive environment to promote holistic health. Fluent in Spanish, English, and conversational French, she provides culturally sensitive communication to her clients. Please welcome Vanessa Bajaj.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today here at Elderwerks. This is a fantastic event for all of our local communities, so I'm very happy that you're all here and get to enjoy it. Please let me know if you need me to speak up, slow down. I get excited, so sometimes I talk too fast. But one of the themes today that we're here to talk about is fooding you. As providers, we often get a question on what can we do at home to help ourselves be healthier. And I think some of the topics that sometimes we just don't get enough to do is, or to talk about, is what can you do at home? Sometimes as providers, whether it be a nurse practitioner or physician or being at the hospital, we get very focused on what's going on in the moment and forget about those fine details that do help us be healthier at home. So one of the common things that we hear as providers regarding the questions or even just commentary are things like, I was looking online and I found that if I eat X, Y, and Z, it'll work for me. Well, what am I supposed to eat after we're done having a conversation about medical illness? What are your thoughts on X diet? These questions are very important, and most of all, we want you to have these questions. These questions let us know as providers that you care. It lets us know that you want to be involved, and it lets us know that you believe that knowledge is power. So let's start with the basics on what we can do to build a better knowledge base of yourself, your body, and being healthier overall. From today, I hope that you can pick up this conversation along with your primary care provider and ask additional questions that are more specific to your own personal needs. First is starting with the most basic information of diet. Unfortunately, the word diet often has a negative connotation to it. There's really no better term for it, but I would always like to present it as changing your lifestyle, because what we eat is part of what we do in everyday life. One of the things to understand is a fad diet is a popular dietary pattern known to be a quick fix, meaning a Band-Aid. These are things that we hear often like Atkins diet, keto diet, vegan diet. Vegan diet's not necessarily one of the fad diets if done properly. So that's one of the ones we always have to be cautious of. If done inappropriately, then it can cause some more damage in the long term. One of the other things that these fad diets don't address, it's long-term maintenance, physical activity, introducing the full food groups, and short-term, it's too much, too fast, meaning it's hard to keep up with these types of diets. One of the things that we also have to be aware of with these fad diets is it's the rapid weight loss, so quick fix. It's the absence of physical activity, so we're missing that additional piece. Everyone's physical activity is different. We would never ask you to do something more than you can physically do. We always want to make sure you open that conversation up with your provider. What are other activities can I do to introduce into my lifestyle that are right for me? Missing food groups, that's one of the big things that we also encounter, is that a lot of these fad diets don't necessarily touch base on the things that are essential in your everyday diet. And then the short-term changes, again, difficult to maintain in the long run. The goal of eating better is for you to be able to maintain it and for it to be realistic. And then, again, detrimental for chronic diseases. Fancy words for chronic diseases means illnesses that you have with you in a lifetime. Oftentimes, it's misunderstood that when we have a chronic disease, that it's something that just because I had it in the past, I no longer have it. One of the things with chronic diseases means that once it's been in your history, it stays with you moving forward. What we can do is improve it, resolve it, or maintain it from getting worse. So the question then becomes, what can I do to take more control of my own health and making sure that I can make changes for myself that I feel more in control about what I do on a regular basis? First of all, it does all start with you. It starts with your medical history and conditions. It starts with your knowledge base. It starts with your budget and your relationship with your primary care provider. The most common conditions affected by food, whether we either hear on the news, hear through friends, social media, one of the things that we often don't discuss enough is where we can take control of these illnesses that we have on a regular basis. For example, one of the illnesses that can be affected by diet is type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. Can anybody else name any other illnesses that can be affected by your dietary intake?
Osteoporosis.
Yes, definitely. Any other ones? Thyroid can be as well. There's other things such as anemia, chronic kidney disease, Crohn's, IBS. A lot of these illnesses have some form of diet modification that can be done. It doesn't mean it's going to fix the issue. It doesn't mean it's going to provide a solution, but it definitely provides the opportunity to take a little bit more control and maintain yourself where you are versus progressing much quicker. So, number one step of taking full control is becoming more familiar with your own medical history and family history. The reason we bring in family history does have a tendency for genetics to come down. It's maybe either born with it or a learned habit from it. So always recognizing those in family histories helps us take a little bit further control of what we do in our everyday life. Step number 2 in making healthier decisions and better decisions for your personal body and your health. It starts with becoming more familiar with my plate. I'm not sure if everyone else remembers, it used to be in my pyramid. They used to present a pyramid. They used to tell you all the food at the bottom is the best, and as you build your way up, it's less and less, as it's not good for you. We found out that actually this method didn't make sense. Maybe visually it looked pretty, but realistically, when you put a plate in front of you, you looked at it and you said, okay, what is my plate supposed to look like? So they scrapped it all. In 2020, they got rid of my pyramid and they introduced something called My Plate. My Plate is a more realistic visual assistance that they created to help you make better decisions on what you are placing in front of you. For example, the standard plate is here. You have your vegetables, your fruits, your grains, your protein, and your dairy. But then we also want to make sure we take into consideration yourself as a person, your own personal illnesses, any family, genetics that you may be aware of that sometimes we want to prevent and sometimes we just want to be aware of them, so then that way we know what comes next in the future. So they developed a My Plate as well, for example, type 2 diabetes, where we want to make sure half the plate is a non-starchy vegetable, meaning no potatoes, no corn. Then your carbohydrates is broken up into a quarter of the plate, and the other quarter of the plate is your proteins, fish, chicken. In this situation, everyone's health varies. This is why this is so important to know yourself. High cholesterol may change the type of protein you have to pick. Gout may change the type of protein that might need to go in that section. Any inflammatory disease, same thing. It may determine what fruits and vegetables you can put in that spot. But the visual is always helpful so we know how we're splitting our plate. One of the biggest misconceptions in taking control of our own personal health when it comes to food is saying, well, they said I shouldn't eat this, they said I shouldn't eat that, I'm just gonna eat a little bit. That's one of the things that actually places our metabolism behind. We want to still eat the same amount of food. We just want to change what we're eating. The next and third step in regarding taking control of your health and making better choices towards your health and chronic conditions is reading labels. When we read labels, there's lots of stuff there that you can indicate or read and decide, oh, I'm not sure what that means. What am I supposed to do with this? How do I interpret this? So it is important to make sure that if we're unaware of how to read these labels or how to make decisions based on what we're seeing, that we open that conversation up with our providers. If we feel that our providers may not have the opportunity to discuss this as much as we'd like, opening the discussion about a referral to a nutritionist is also an excellent option. They're very well versed in this, and that's the sole reason of their appointments. So one of the things we always want to look at is understanding a label. Calories, I would say calories, yes, they're important, but it's not as important as picking decisions or picking the labels that are best for your body and your health. By that I mean, if you have high blood pressure, we want to focus on sodium, also known as salt. If we have diabetes of any shape and form, we want to look at carbohydrates. The total count includes the sugars that are listed beneath. Now, if we're looking at high cholesterol, we want to look at our cholesterol values. If we're looking at chronic kidney disease and you've been placed on limitations for protein, then we want to look at the protein levels to make sure that we're making the right decision and spreading everything out throughout our meals so your body still gets all the nutrition you need without going past your restrictions. Another part of reading labels that can get kind of tricky is the list that comes below. I couldn't find a good one underneath. But when you go and read your labels, there's ingredients always listed. One of the things that has not changed in the food industry is the top food listed is the top ingredient in that list. So for example, let's say we're looking at a granola bar and we want to make sure that this granola bar meets our needs for protein. Maybe we're looking at the sugars. Maybe someone told us we shouldn't be having too much salt. Then reading those ingredients in the order that they're in will let you know the quantity as well. For example, in that granola bar, first you read whole grain. Perfect. We have some grain, we have some carbohydrate, we're already counting that. The next one is strawberries. Great. It's fruit. It doesn't say any preservative, it's the actual fruit. Now third, you read high fructose corn syrup. Now you pick up the granola bar next to it and the high fructose corn syrup is actually the very last item on that list. That one's probably a better option than the one that has it listed as third. Now, the fourth step, to ensure that you're taking full control of your own capacity to make these lifestyle changes, because it is a lifestyle change, we understand that the number one concern is always budget. Again, another conversation to open up freely with your primary care providers is being open and honest. Being transparent with your patients and having these open communication is very important in saying, I hear you. You're telling me that I should eat a little this and I should eat more of that. However, my budget. It is important to have this communication because then your provider can set realistic expectations of what changes we should actually be making on a regular basis versus expecting you to make a big change in a short amount of time. So things to help with budgeting. One is being very aware of it, knowing your limitations, trying your best without going overboard. Right now, life is expensive. We understand that groceries are expensive as well. So how are some ways around this to help make sure that we're picking the right foods, we're picking the right ingredients, and we're also being kind to our wallet? There's a couple of options. For example, if there's any issues with financial means, there's always, of course, as we know, the SNAP benefits and STAMP benefits. If those are not feasible or we're not there yet, we can always use the farmer's market. The farmer's market, locally wise, I just placed the 3 closest ones to this location approximately, offer great local grown resources at the best, most competitive price. And some of the local markets, as you can find in the Illinois Department of Health website, will also double your dollar, essentially. For those who are dependent on SNAP benefits or LINK, they will double some of them. For example, I believe there is one in Elgin Farmers Market who will double that price for you. So whereas you go to the grocery store, you might only get 1 cucumber, you go to the farmer's market, you might be able to get 2. So it's a great way to promote your local vendors, but also still remain within your budget. Another option is our apps. Technology gets a little tricky, but once you have a store you're more comfortable with and you use it over and over again, it does get easier. For example, Jewel Osco has a For You app where you can get up to 20% off in savings. And it creates a little bit more ease in making selections that are better for our bodies. For example, this week it might be cucumbers on sale. Next week it might be zucchini. The next week, they might have the spinach on sale. So not only does it provide help for your budget, but it helps you put in rotation fruits and vegetables that we might not have considered before without feeling like everything's repetitive. Mariano's app and Tony's app also offer very similar services through their applications or online. If we are uncomfortable finding a local community that's willing to either teach you, guide you, or prep the app for you, those are opportunities to go ahead and engage and, I guess, expand your ability to get better foods and options for yourself. Fifth and final step is the relationship with your provider. The relationship with your provider is essential. Research shows that patient-provider relationships improve patient confidence in self-managing their own chronic illnesses or conditions. That is our goal at Oak Street. At Oak Street Health, as providers, our goal is to make sure that we provide those successful, healthy relationships with our patients where there's confidence, where there's the ability to open up and transparently have these conversations and offer services to assist with this as well. It doesn't mean it's only at Oak Street. As primary care providers, we should all be open to having these conversations and allowing our patients to take control and feel more confident in their care that they're being provided. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Any curiosities, questions, concerns? I am available for questions. Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you. And you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
I am proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
Hi, we're here today with Jennifer Darnell from Lutheran Life Communities. They are a platinum sponsor for the Elderwerks Aging Better Expo. Jennifer, can you tell me a little bit about why it's important for a senior to select a community such as Lutheran Life Communities?
Communities like Lutheran Life Communities that offer different levels of living are so important to our aging population, 62 and better, because we want the seniors in our communities and the greater community to enjoy life and be able to live maintenance free, do the things that bring them joy and happiness, and receive the care that they need if they have any illnesses. Communities like those that Lutheran Life Communities offers have different levels for every individual's needs. There's independent living for the vibrant seniors that love to go out and golf and are driving and want to travel and just don't want to have to deal with mowing the lawn and snow removal and cleaning the house, quite frankly, because we'll do all of that for them. Assisted living, if they need just a little more help, is a great opportunity. You still have independence, but you've got a team of providers around you to help with different things that you need throughout the day. And it's skilled nursing or long-term care. As our loved ones continue to age, this is a great opportunity to, again, make sure that all of their medical needs are met and they need for nothing. We also offer short-term rehabilitation for those athletes that have been running for years and their knees are finally starting to give out on them a little bit, or they need to go to the hospital and have surgery, or following an illness and just need a little bit of rehab to be able to get back home safely. There's different options depending on what everyone's needs are, and I think it's so important, regardless of what area families live in, to be able to explore, look at different communities that will provide the services and meet the needs of what they're looking for their loved one or they're looking for themselves.
Without proper estate planning, family members pay the price. Oftentimes, the result is an expensive probate court battle to obtain guardianship and eventually the settling of an estate after a loved one's passing. From those with modest means to the very wealthy, this happens to families on a daily basis. Peck Ritchie is here to help. We can serve and guide your family both in and out of the courtroom so you can find peace at home.
Michelle, you had asked about long-term care planning for you and your partner and had shared with me that your dad passed away after spending time in a nursing home in Michigan. Was it your dad's situation? What prompted you to want to come in and talk to me?
Yes, it was. Because of no long-term care planning in my family, my father ended up in a Medicaid nursing home after turning over his Social Security and his hard-earned pension, leaving him with just $60 per month for his personal expenses. And in Illinois, you told me that it's just $30 a month that people have left for their personal expenses, and I don't want that to happen to me or my partner.
Bruce, with your background, I would imagine you've experienced many things with your clients and their lack of planning over the years.
Yeah, it brings to mind my own personal experience, Carol. At age 28, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I tried for years to get a long-term care insurance policy, but no carrier would touch me until I came to you. And you found me an excellent policy. Now I have some peace of mind. I know that my children will not have to incur the expenses that long-term care costs.
I am proud to welcome Jeff Altschul today to speak to us about Arbor Company. Jeff, tell us a few things that sets you apart and a few things that you do that impacts the lives of seniors today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen, and thank you to Elderwerks for allowing the Arbor Company to support all the great work that you all do. I am the Sales and Marketing Director at Arbor Terrace in Highland Park. If you recognize the name Arbor, that's good, and you should, because we also have a community in Glenview, in Naperville, and also the Summit in Park Ridge. And Kristen, when we talk about separating ourselves from the other senior living communities, I'll say that there's a tireless commitment to really find out who our residents are. Not just knowing what their medications are, but who they are as a person, their background, their life story. Because the more you can know someone, it just makes it a better, stronger connection. And I think it makes for an overall better senior living experience. And that's really a true staple of what the Arbor mission is, to get to know our residents and let them know that we appreciate them every single day.
you.